And hello again, boys and girls. Welcome back to the stream. It's of course your host Marley Startled, and today we are going to be chilling with a bit of platform single player, and then on the weekend, so Saturday, Sunday, we'll be doing some Grand Tactician. But until then, it is really just going to be a rather chill affair. So I'm just going to make sure all my settings are up and ready to go, and they are. Wonderful stuff. Let me make sure I've muted my other mic. So I will be getting around to doing Japan. Bear in mind that I don't normally play Japan, so I don't really have any real guides for it. Just some general strategic oversight for what you may need to take into consideration when playing it. But I don't really play a lot of Japan or the East in general, so I won't really know the specific best builds for it, but that is for when the boys get on. Well, that's when Duel gets on Wednesday, and we'll be playing that instead. So, of course, Bulgaria, lovely nation, easy nation to play historically, pretty self-explanatory and nothing too complex. That's what we like to see on the weekend, something nice and casual to play, and then Grand Attack will be later on. What else am I going to be playing? Really, I'm just trying to look for games to play on the weekends. I know I've got to carry on that Gary Grigsby game, but I want to sort of avoid carrying on too much on that just yet, until I've until I've got some more time because I've had a busy week. Anyway, so what do we know about Bulgaria? Bulgaria Mechanized is the way to go. Rocket Mechanized has always been the foundations of a Bulgarian build, because of the limited research slots and because it's fairly easy to do. In any case, let's get our boys up. Nice, set these guys to train, and I believe that does everything we need. And now we can chill. We can also build some trains. Build one train because we're not need too many trains, and that's all we have to do really. That's Bulgaria wrapped into a wrapped up into a nutshell. Okay, so let's go and get into bed with the Germans. Let's get into bed with Siam. Oh no, I got to get rubber. Where am I going to get rubber from? Let's get rubber from the Soviets for now. And then we can chill. Next on the agenda is we need to deal with this, but we can't deal with it yet until we've done that focus power to the star. And then of course once we've done power to the star and once we've crashed the political parties, of course we go to war economy, and we of course go to free trade because we've got nothing to trade, so might as well go free trade. That fellow's done. Next it is dissolve the military union, and then we go up here, we go to discredit, and we just keep on investing all our political power into this until we've crashed all the parties. There we are. Bishop has capitulated. Yeah, duly noted. And then of course we immediately switch to trying to crush the Zerno or the general, so we don't get our civil war. Next, of course, switch down to the political focus tree. Well, the economic focus part of the focus tree. And we just keep on going down. Okay, dispose of the Zevno leaders. Or Zveno, or whatever they're called. Rally against the Zveno, or Zveno, however it's pronounced. Idle, welcome back. Acquire modern tools is of course on the agenda, and then we go down and improve the road system. I haven't played. I'm waiting until you're on Wednesday before we play Japan. Let's do dispersed industry, why not? Yeah, indeed, happy Friday. Right now I'm trying to think of games to play. You know, a good co-op game I was thinking is maybe doing Dead Space 3, but we'll have to play it by ear. This is done, so we can go down to partial mode. Wait until we get our next 20 PP so we can imprison the Zevno. I've never played Dead Space 3 because I thought it was an abomination. But I think it's probably going to be a pretty good co-op game. A very bad Dead Space game. Yeah, I think Dead Space 3 is a co-op. Probably one of the redeeming factors of the game, if I'm honest. Raid against the Zevno. Let's go with invigorate national industry. Keep doing this forever and ever and ever and never stop. Wow, naval experience, it's wonderful. I think it's on Steam, but I'd have to check. This is the start. I actually haven't done any proper research on seeing where it is on game. But I may be waiting till next month before I get it because I need to save up some cash. Because I've got some other things I've got to get off the system. So how's the Civil War going? It's going okay. Maybe I can send attaché. To improve relations just in case we can. There we are. Zevno destroyed. That's all our PP and stability back up. We can now invest in free trade. We've got our dispersed industry next. We can do some more research into our final bit of dispersed, or our second to final bit of dispersed industry. Invigorate the national industry. Yep, that's pretty standard. Back over here. Let's go for the extra research slot because we want that. Always want extra research where possible. Let's do it for 15 days. We'll do this for 15 days and take the stability hit. At the same time, let's make sure we get the Italians to like us. Make sure we get the Germans to like us because we'll need that for later on. And I don't want to forget. Raid the Zevno. And just keep on wasting all our PP. Really, just the early stages for Bulgaria's the PP waste. So once we've researched our motorised rocket artillery, we can then switch to mechanised. Alternatively, if we're feeling particularly greedy, we can just go straight down mechanised now. And waste all our research doing that. But yeah, I'm still trying to think. I've got to finish off the Call of Duty 2 campaign. I could do the Call of Duty World at War campaign, or I could just play some more Easy Red. I haven't decided yet. But there's a list of things I want to do. I know Grand Tack is for the weekend, so we'll be doing Grand Tack on the weekend. Why is this taking so long? Because we're too busy improving relations, that's why. There we are. And then we can destroy the Zevno once we get the popularity low enough, which is nowhere near this yet. National Railways, steel plant for that extra research bonus. And then let's destroy the Zevno for the extra PP. Okay, construction's there. Let's go to the next construction. And we'll hard research our dispersed industry as per usual. That will give us enough build slots to maintain the war effort. And there we are, and then we can discredit the Agrarian Union and begin getting rid of that. So the next step in our master plan is go to our commanders and equip ourselves a General Theorist, which will be our army maneuver for that extra experience and the extra speed. Dispersed industry, discredit the Agrarian Union. This should pop soon, so I don't want to really waste that research slot just yet. Yeah, there's no need to waste that research slot just yet. And there we are, and now we can do our 2 years ahead concentrated industry, or dispersed industry. So this area is done now, we can't come back to it just yet, so we've got to start switching right, and then start going down the point right-wing ministers. Rally against the Agrarian Union. Yeah, no worries, Dom. It's just an idea to float. I know there's also that zombie game coming out on the 4th of February. What's it called? I forgot the name, but that's a co-op game as well, up to 4 players. So we could also give that a go if you're feeling that way inclined. I've got the name of it. What's the zombie game? What is that zombie game? Let's take a look. Is my Steam open? No, it's not. Yes, it is. It is. Make sure I pause this, otherwise I'm going to forget. There we are. It is called Top Sellers Dying Light 2. Yeah, Project Zomboid is not as good. It's not very good. It's just Twitch bait. It's Twitch streaming bait. That's all it is. I've had that for years, and it's just I've never particularly enjoyed it. I never thought it was a particularly good game. Yeah, the Chinese at war. That's fine. Next on the agenda, we need to go down the. So we can either go promote Bulgarian Orientalism or go down here for the war economy. Now, if we go down here, we may be able to get a bit closer to becoming fascist, but we can do this later. We've got time in the bank. Let's just check our left-hand side to see if we can't go down there any further, which we can't. So let's do this fellow. Because I want to go fascist before the war. Otherwise, it's going to take ages. So then I need a fascist demagogue. This is done now. We've done our research on this sector. So now we can go and do other things. So we can do our electronic research, which probably we should have done earlier, but because it's got such a limited thing, it's pretty bruh. But we will see. We will see. Oh, no worries already, no worries. But be warned, I very rarely play Hoi 4. Hoi 4 is normally kept at arm's length. It's something I've got to drag myself to play once in a while. And then even then I'll play the casual nations. I won't play anything particularly serious. Thus, Bulgaria. Always reliable, dependable Bulgaria. Always good for a casual game. So it's September 1937. We're not doing too badly on the build slots, as you can tell. We've got plenty of build slots. Everything is working out. We've got our economic protectionism for extra construction. We can't go down here yet, so we can either go down for allow right-wing organizations. We can do to support the Spanish coup. To get some more bonus points, but normally at this stage the war's over. Oh, nah, it's not really worth the waste in PP. And maybe in a multiplayer game I'd go down there, but not in a single player. So increase industry investments, increase those build slots. Build slots good, industry good, civs good. If it's not civs, I don't want to know about it. And then waste our next bunch of PP on the Agrarian Union. And then once that's done, we can get that next dose of PP to invest in another commander. So that will give us even more military XP, which we will need for our doctrines. There we are, electronic engineering. We can go down radios with a reinforced rate. Gone for good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be a cheeky boy and send an attaché to Japan. So send an attaché, he doesn't like it, let's improve relations. Then let's legalize the National Socialist Movement. And that should get us pretty close to that 30% limit we need. We can also try and go fascist now as well, like open political discourse, but we're not going to do that just yet because we have other things on the agenda, which is first sending a attaché, which we're not going to be able to do yet, but that's in the works. So we've researched our rocket artillery. This is a staple for Bulgaria. Rocket artillery, mechanized, generally is the rule of thumb. So now we can start researching other things like logistics companies, which are pretty important. Once the Japanese like us, we can send an attaché. And then we will open up political discourse. And as soon as we get at 50% rise of fascism, we will switch to National Socialist. Next is Japan on Wednesday. So we're going to be doing a Japan playthrough on Wednesday to talk about it. I'm not very good at Japan. I very rarely play it, but I generally understand from what I've played in multiplayer games the limitations of Japan. Japan can be a very difficult country to play, if I'm honest. It's actually a very awkward nation because if you think about it, I don't want to go into too much detail. You've got to first fight the Chinese, which is already going to force you to dedicate a lot of your industry and research and your focuses to an early build to knock out the Chinese. You need to knock them out early enough to do some game impact, taking the rubber before the Allies reach critical mass with the rubber. And then you need to sort of attract American attention further on. Oh yeah, so it's an interesting one. I mean, the new DLC has made it very difficult to play the Soviets because you start off very, very weak. You've got to really mini-max your focuses as the Soviet Union to reduce the consumer goods, to get as many civilian factories as possible for the war. So you need to go like down path of Marxism, then you need to go down. Where's the agitprop? Here it is, the agitprop, the railway repair, and then you need to get rid of the purges as soon as possible. Or whenever there's a space in the purges, you end up going down the 5-year plan and getting the foreign experts, because the foreign experts will allow you to get a boy who will reduce your consumer goods by 5% if you get in bed with the British, which most of the time you'll be able to. And then, of course, once you get that, you can go back to finishing off the purge, and you just keep on hopping between the two. Purge this, until eventually you get your research slot. Now, the noob trap, or the trap for a lot of people, is they go for the third 5-year plan. Now, the third 5-year plan will give you a plus 5% consumer goods penalty, which means that if you take this too early, you're going to lose a lot of your civs. So this is not really what you want until you're starting to switch to mills and you focus on other things. So you go down here and then you stop going. And then if you go over on the right again, and let me just drag you over, over here, you can get extra stability with this focus, and you can get socialist realism. Now, socialist realism will reduce your goods factories by 2%, and the stability as well will reduce your consumer goods requirement by like another 2%. And then you've got focuses will also reduce your consumer goods by 5%. And so all of this adds together to form sort of a civ bomb, which allows you to bomb it up. So once you get all those, then you're starting to run out of time here. So once you get all of those, you then run all the way over as quick as your little legs will carry you and begin. Normally at this stage, I would begin going down third 5-year plan, shift armaments production and optimize production lines for the construction speed plus 10% for mills and the factory output plus 2% and the extra bonus to production. From there, you are desperately running out of time and you've got to go down, strengthen the mobilization plan and really get to military organization before Barbarossa. This, of course, means that you don't have a lot of time for the flights or the navy or anything like that. But if possible, once you've started the war, finish off your military focuses and start investing in air and hope for air land lease. Another thing I recommend you go for as well is if you've got the time, try and go down to the Leningrad Polytechnical Institute for the extra research slot, which means you'll have to go down this focus and this focus because eventually it'll allow you to go to the road of life. That means you can stack loads and loads of troops on your borders without any supply loss. So it's very important you get this because that means it will give you the numerical superiority to avoid loss of supply, attrition from lack of supply. So it's sort of a very, you've got to be very, very streamlined in how you do the Soviet Union, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. But that was a quick one. That's a quick one. That was a very quick, a quick explanation of how to do it. In any case, Bulgaria is a completely different kettle of fish. Bulgaria is a easier nation to play. A much easier nation to play. So once I get this for 50% National Socialism, I will switch to Fascist so I can join the war earlier. Normally it's a bit of a waste of PP because you can just ask the Germans to invite you to the war, so you could stop at this stage, but because it's single player, the Germans won't touch you until after really until Barb. Equally, if the Romanians don't join or the Germans don't get the Romanians in, then it's also going to be a bit awkward to do as well. Anyway, let's start building our motorized rocket artillery. Make sure we got 3 of those, 3 of those, make sure we have 1 of those. But we've still got time in the bank. We've still got time in the bank. I also need to get into bed with... What's my National Socialism now? 33%, still not very good. Let's do fund the socialist movement so we can get them into bed and have some more National Socialist advisors. Attaches will be sent where they please. Go away. Okay, where do I go next? Let's go to the left-hand side. I can't do any more civs or any more industry stuff, so we go back to the right. So we could either go down industrial autarky and try and even reduce our consumer goods, or even increase our construction even more, or we can keep on rushing down to get in bed with the Germans. I reckon I'm going to go with industrial autarky now, because I can get into bed with the Germans later. In the meantime, we are hard rushing our mechanized equipment, because what you can be as Bulgaria is the Axis's mechanized supplier if you can get your civ count up high enough, which we'll be talking about our civ count in a second. So it's March time. March time is normally when I begin the mill switch of doom, so we'll end this, and begin our mill switch. Hello, Virgil. Welcome to Bulgaria play. Fun times in Bulgaria land. Next on the agenda is support weapons. Is it support weapons? I'm not sure what to do. We don't really normally do tanks as Bulgaria because it's not economical for Bulgaria because it doesn't have a lot of supply. We can go down artillery if we so desire. Or engineers. Let's go down artillery. Why not? So the reason why we're wasting so much PP here is because it's like a bank. Once you incorporate or destroy the political members, we can then incorporate them into our government and get a large dump of political power. So if we go down here, we will get popularity of fascism up. So we'll do this as well. And you may potentially end up being cut off because it's an AI game. So what tends to happen is you join the Axis, but you can't actually get over to fight the war because Romania's not Axis and Hungary's not Axis, which becomes a bit of a pain in the ass. But hey ho, I'm not upset by that. Logistics companies. So the reason why we're doing logistics companies now is so we don't become a drain later, and we have a large, good, a very healthy amount of logistics for Barb. So we started our mill switch. We're going to make sure we're going to have mechanized in the bank. We've got, because this has been sort of a stealth buffed, how easy it is to produce trucks now as Bulgaria, because it used to be motorized rocket artillery as Bulgaria, but that now has changed, and now, well, it hasn't really changed much, but now you can make even more as Bulgaria, because motorized is a dime a dozen. You can really drown in the joys of motorized as Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a fun name. This playthrough is just to do mechanized rocket artillery and see how much mechanized we can mass produce. See, and then of course it'll be Barb, and then we'll play around because I want to see if I can really maximize the production of mechanized. If I can maximize the production of mechanized, especially mechanized 2, it means that I effectively should we do this? Yeah, let's get in bed with the Germans. There we are. We are now fascist, and let's incorporate the socialist movement. Because then, of course, if you can make loads, then you can just be the land lease of mechanized for the German army, especially in multiplayer. So that's the game plan. That's why you're seeing the hard research of the mechanized equipment 1. It also means I don't have to divide up my effort too much, and we can see where we end up. So the stars are aligned. We're integrating the National Socialist Movement. We'll get a load of PP, which we can then invest in changing our manpower. Well, actually, we can't because we need to get in bed with the Germans first. Because we have this naughty little focus here. Army restrictions, which we can't get out of until we join a faction. We are at war economy, are we not? Yes. Towed artillery, thank you very much. We'll add 1 towed artillery piece to the gang. And then our next agenda will be basic infantry equipment. So the joys of doing a hard research into construction, really, well, the big limitation for Bulgaria is it doesn't have enough space. So early game, you're just not going to have enough space to build enough mills to be productive. So a lot of your hard research is initially using 2 of your research slots to research dispersed industry and concentrated industry. So you've got enough build slots to keep on building up the war machine. So the joys of having those 2 is that now I've got so many build slots, I can be effective earlier. And now I can use that last build slot to invest, or that research slot, into improving my production efficiency. And that is why you can see I'm on. Actually, let's do a bit of cheating, shall we? We go FOW. Is single player after all. You can see my civ count is 21 and the military factories in use is 7. Now if I tag to Italy, tag Italy, you can see that he has a civ count of 38. So as a minor nation living in the middle of nowhere, I have got over half Italy's civ count. Of course, he's got more mills, but that will change as I begin to militarize this year. So the next step, this is where I sort of get a bit fuzzy in what I should be doing next. I think I'm doing this. So I rush as quickly as possible into the Axis, because I don't want to be cut off from the Axis, which is a bit of a pain. Okay, we're good here. Let's approach the Germans so we can join the war as quickly as possible. And when will our production be finished? So we'll be just in time to begin mechanized production. In the meantime, we've got so much PP, I don't know what to do with it. Damn you. Let's go with maneuver warfare. And then I'm going to run out of XP, which is a big limiting factor for the Bulgarians, because there's very few opportunities to get your military XP up as Bulgaria. That's of no value to me. Now we can just chill. But Bulgaria is my favourite nation because it's for such a small nation, it can have such impact and it can be so useful, and it hasn't got really many strategic considerations to worry about. Yeah, Bulgaria is my favourite nation. So, what to invest in next? I can't invest in any of this, so we may as well look at other things to invest in. Let's invest in... That's a bit useless to me. Army logistics. And then I may have to do a little bit of soft cheating to get the Romanians to join the Axis and all that jazz. So I can actually move troops over to France. Otherwise, it can be a very boring 2 years of me doing very little of anything. Because I'm sure I can join the Axis. That should bypass. I've joined the Axis, that should bypass. Why is it not bypassed? What a waste. Oh, I can bypass it. There we are. This means I should be able to now ignore the limitations. Yeah, refuse army restrictions. But I need 50 PP, so I've got to wait 1 turn. The stars are aligning. There we are. And we are out. We are good to go. So that means I can now do what I like with my industry, or with my military. I'm not going to bother with any of this because I want to do more economic stuff at the moment. So let's go back over to the left. Utmost optimization. We're now ready for the war. I'm not going to bother building divisions yet. I just want to see if I can get this before 1939 when I can be of use. Whoa, no, that's because that's not my country, that's why. Like, why is it AI my country? It's not my country, that's why. All of this now is pretty much useless to me. I don't want your stuff. And we can pretty much chill. How is my logistics doing? Pretty bad at the moment. 2 of those for you, thank you. And then you guys can stop training. In fact, I'm tempted to delete you if I'm honest. I don't really need these troops. Which is great. Logistics company, thank you very much. Next on the research agenda, let's do some more engineering companies. So here's a little meme thing for you. I believe at Engineer Company 3, you can get a bonus to river crossing. So the meta, quote unquote, when you're trying to break across a Stalin line is to have at least, where's a Stalin line? There it is. To at least have Engineer 3s in your breakthrough units, so you can get that bonus crossing rivers. But we'll see if we can get there. Okay, so next on the agenda, let's build our units. .30 org. Okay. .24 org. That's not good org. So I either keep on trying to invest up. That's bad org, but there's not much we can do about it. So we will have to wait and see. In any case, we can start training this up. This is still early days. We've still got a whole year before we can actually do anything, but it's just something to bear in mind. Oh, and let's look at the stats. So, check messenger. Okay, what's in my messenger? Hail Chancellor. Okay. I don't think I'm that guy. No, I'm Histolukov. I'm Histolukov, unfortunately. I've checked the messenger. You have to tell me how to add you, because I'm not too sure how to do it. I think you've got the wrong guy. Next step in the master plan. What were you? Oh, you were infantry equipment, weren't you? Yeah. Yeah. So, oh yeah, what was I talking about? I was actually talking about the stats. So let's talk a little bit about the stats. We'll go down to Silky Smooth 3 speed while we talk about it. So the big things you want when you've got your breakthrough units is you want at least 30 org, because if you've got high soft attack and you've got high stats but no org, it means that you're not going to stay in the combat enough to actually do any damage. Soft attack, because we're aiming to be infantry killers, soft attack is our aim, while being soft is our game. So we want that sort of medium hardness to invalidate the Russian org walls while also having a high soft attack. Because hard attack is not really our realm of experience. That's what the German panzers are for. Breakthrough is also nice to have, but that will come in its own once we've researched enough doctrine. And really, that's all there is to it. Really, just trying to make a high soft attack, okay org with an okay breakthrough with an okay hardness, and that way you'll be able to just melt the Russian blobs. So we're optimized boys. We'll go back over to the right. The Italians don't like us, I don't know why. I like getting corporatism, because if I get corporatism I can get extra civs, and extra civs are good. So immediately get the Italians to like us. No, let's not justify a war goal. There we are. And while we wait for the Italians to like us, we will promote irredentalism for extra PP. What was this? This was efficiency. There we are. And now we can carry on. A pretty easy, streamlined build. That's a good thing about Bulgaria. It's pretty streamlined. It's just one-dimensional. You just focus on one thing, and that's your main goal. And here we are. We're reaching to our mechanized dream. However, I don't have a lot of military XP, which is letting the team down a bit. And I can't afford any of these guys either. I would like more military XP. So, World War II is about to kick off in about a couple of months. It'll be a question of whether or not I can actually get over there to do anything. So I'll have to see if I can do some tag switching to see if I can get the Bulgarians to join, or whether or not I've got to declare war on Bulgaria or anything like that. Mechanized, there we are. There's our sweet mechanized. Army org. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice. So we've got our mechanized 1. Next hard research, mechanized 2. We can now start our production of mechanized. So let's bring this down, bring this up. Bring this down to a silky smooth 1, because we don't need that many. and then do our hard research. So this will mean that over time, this division will become more mechanized as we add more mechanized troops, and generally will become more useful. Can I go to the left? What do you mean the Italians don't like me? Oh, the Italians haven't joined the faction yet, that's why. Why haven't you joined the faction yet, Italy? Really? You're screwing up my meta. Yeah, why not? We'll just add you to the list. And now we wait. Actually, let's see. Could I get these guys? I reckon I could get these guys to join the war, and then I could come on over. It's a tricky game sometimes. Yeah, Italy's just letting the team down again, which is pretty standard. What does this do for me? That's pretty garbage. I mean, low stabilities, I don't care about this. Low stability is bad. Anything with low stability is bad. We'll do that one later, we don't need it yet. This is where we start running out of industry. There we are, here's our first Bulgarian divisions. Go for the highest hard attack, where it's got cavalry for that motorized plus attack 12% and that mechanized plus 12 attack. So this is why Bulgaria tends to become the mechanized babby, is because it has a lovely command of that cavalry leader with some solid attack stats who can be of great use. Next step. He's the only guy we have. So guess what? And then you're going to go over there. So I'm going to make about 4 divisions. These still aren't ready yet. These aren't full ready to go, boys, but they will get there. And we'll turn this to motorized. And there we have it, our 4 divisions. In the meantime, let's upgrade our cavalry commander. So we can immediately upgrade our cavalry commander to give him combined arms expert for the motorized defense and the mechanized defense, or the cavalry defense. So of course we're going to go for the combined arms expert. Next on the agenda, we don't really need that. That's of no value to us. I don't really want to go up another guns level, but I suppose we'll find out if I need to. We start running out of rubber. Please, someone build rubber for me. Okay, France, I'm getting into bed with you until the war starts. And there we are, already on 100 mechanized. Of course, in time I would like to have enough military XP to reduce the production cost. Alas, it is not going according to plan. Next is our mechanized. That should hopefully increase our hardness. Before we click OK, will I have enough mechanized and storage? I will by the time war starts, so we will add that. Because it's a single player game, I don't really have to care much about my combat width, but I would tend to want to stay around that 20 combat width, or go up to that 30 or 40 combat width. Even though the combat width meta has changed a little bit, I still think 40 whips are pretty good. I actually still think 40 whips are pretty nice to have, especially if you're trying to go for high armor. I'm thinking how AI's... Yeah, so the problem with an aggressive Soviet, especially the latest DLC, I mean, the AI could potentially do it, but it's very difficult. The AI is gimped from all its national penalties. But the key problems of a aggressive Soviets, at least before all its reforms, or before the Barbarossa, is the fact that it gets so many penalties to its armies in terms of organization, which makes it pretty pants. Like really pants, like pretty awful. So it's July 1939. I don't think I'll be able to get troops over to poor old Germany because the Bulgarians haven't changed. No, you see, the problem with mass infantry in Hoi-4 multiplayer is that it's got no breakthrough and they're all soft and they don't really do enough damage to take tiles. And so as soon as they come across a tank or a mechanized or something with at least a little bit of hardness, or it just gets stomped. So the only way you can win with like a mass infantry, and especially in multiplayer games, is if you've got mass air superiority and mass CAS. There used to be a meta of just like 14-4 infantry artillery spam, but that died with changes. And so now, unless you've got at least 2 of the 3 arms, being air or land or armor, you're not really going to achieve very good breakthroughs. So, although in defense, human wave is pretty good. RT is not useless, it's just that it doesn't do enough damage, and you've got to like, in order to, if I was to make an RT breakthrough unit, I would have to put so much artillery in it to do enough damage, or do the same damage of a tank. Look, I mean, this is without the tech, so, you know, take this with a pinch of salt. But this is a soft attack of 209. I've had to put 2, 4, 6 artillery pieces in. That's garbage soft attack. That's not going to kill anything or break through anything particularly quickly. So if I wanted to make something at least on par with a tank or self-propelled artillery gun, like 300 soft attack, I've had to like nuke half my infantry. And that means I've got an organization of 16. So it's very difficult to make a very good artillery unit. Of course, take that with a pinch of salt. I have very little artillery tech, but it means that it's not economical. It's going to take me for one unit with at least mediocre soft attack. It's going to take me 396 artillery pieces for this army, and you can't have that many. Yeah, and that's the thing. So that's why 14-4s for the all-round is pretty good, but that's without the artillery techs. Bear in mind, I haven't researched artillery tech, and of course that would change, and that's without doctrine as well. But for the most part, it's having with infantry to attack and take other infantry, you need more soft attack, and the only way to get economical soft attack is things like self-propelled artillery guns, CAS, or motorized artillery. Like, compare this to what I've got here. I'm pretty much almost on par. Alright, let's break it down. Let's break it down slower for the boys. Okay. So, mostly infantry armies are soft. Do you see this? This is an infantry division. This is 100% softness. So the only damage it's going to take is from soft places. However, it's got also a very high defense, 232. So, if I need a unit with a large soft attack to overcome that defense, large organization to just stay in the battle longer than the infantry, and enough soft attack to do enough damage to these units. So what I need to do is create a unit that is not going to take a lot of damage from infantry, is going to have a large amount of soft attack, and is going to be able to stay in the fight. In order to do this, you need to either research heavily into artillery, have a large amount of artillery, or research into armor or other damage mitigating factors. So for example, if I research into armor, it would increase my hardness. That means I take less soft attack damage from infantry units. That means I stay in the fight longer. Equally, if I have a self-propelled gun or tank, that means I have high armor and high soft attack. This means that I, pound for pound, will last longer than infantry spam. So what this means, if you go infantry versus infantry, you're going to have pretty like-minded stats unless you spend a ton of money in artillery and make these specialized artillery units, which is very micro-intensive, very tedious, and not really optimal. So that's why you don't see infantry spam versus infantry spam, because it's not optimal. It's much easier just to build this and build a load of CAS, or build this and build a load of and a few tank divisions, rather than focus purely on infantry, because it's more economical. I'm going to do more damage pound for pound, and I'm going to see more results. Of course, while adding things like logistics and support artillery, all that sort of jazz. So that is why you do not see hardcore infantry spam or on the offensive, because it's not stat-wise economical. If you see what I mean, if you see the logistics. So why does Bulgaria do motorized or mechanized units? So the reason why is because motorized rocket artillery has a strong amount of soft attack. It is also fairly mobile with 8 km speed. And if you did motorized, it would be 12 km speed. And once I upgrade my mechanized, hopefully I'll bring it back up to 12 km speed. So that means it can punch through quite quickly. Hello. It can punch through quite quickly. It's also got a pretty strong soft attack, which compared to this infantry garbage, it has less of. And it's also beginning to grow its hardness. That means the harder it gets, the less soft attack damage it takes. So if you go mechanized, you'll get a hard unit, or a half-hard unit. And that means you will take half the soft attack damage you would normally get. So the Bulgarian rocket artillery build effectively counters infantry by being hard, having high soft attack, and eventually having high breakthrough as well. And that allows you to melt enemy infantry stacks. However, the weakness comes against enemy armor, because it's getting hard, it will start taking hard attack damage. And of course, tanks have hard attack, but this unit has no hard attack. So if this thing came across a enemy tank, I would get deleted and pushed off the tile immediately because I have no hard attack, I take hard damage, and effectively it's pretty redundant. So do you see it sort of start seeing the stats and how they all work together to sort of form this weird sort of meta, if you know what I mean. But it'll make more sense once I've actually built the divisions and they're actually where I want them to be. Right now they're not anywhere near ready. Anyway, I need to do some cheating now to get the Romanians on side, so I can actually play some games. That's a shame. Okay, and then we accept this. And then we tag back. And then we go where we are. So I couldn't get the Romanians on side, but I could get the Hungarians on side. So most multiplayer games, Romania and Hungary joined the gang before World War I. Well, World War II, not before World War I. Unfortunately, because Romania is a filthy AI, it's pretty useless to me. That means I'm going to have to do some weird bending of the rules and do some silly things like this. Let's take a logistics stats. We have got 23 mechanized in the bank. We should have more hopefully by the end of this. You have to do some weird bending of the game. But if you have any questions regarding stats or divisional stats, or trying to make any understanding of it, feel free to ask. I've left FOW on because it's more interesting, rather than just watching Bulgaria move around 2 units like a potato. We can go down Dispersed Industry 2 because we're going to run out of build slots. Next step is, oh yeah, can I get another military advisor on here? No, I can't. That's a shame. That's a shame. What a shame. What a crying shame. So we're going to end up going to war with the Yugoslavians, which is very, very, very not historical. Normally Italy does all this sort of stuff. Well, very, very, very not multiplayer streamlined, but you know how it is. So let's watch the Blitzkrieg. Again, the AI is much improved for Germany right now. Still pretty dense. Good. Let's build another one. And carry on. And we've got to hope the Romanians decide to join the gang. If not, then we're going to have a bad time. It's going to be a very boring next couple of years. Pretty self-explanatory. Next step on our master plan. We can go down construction, industrial concern. Oh, that's a nice one. Nice. But that's also a pretty good one. We'll go for that one. Okay, yeah, so I can invade Yugoslavia now. So first thing first, pause the game, see if Romania's willing to play the game. Yo, Romania. You wanna join the gang? No, you don't. Okay. Let's tag back to Bulgaria. Bring the boys over here. This is where we get absolutely raffle stomped because we don't have enough units. Romania, I'm going to buy some fuel off you. Is that okay? There we are. 1 unit here. 1 unit here. 1 unit here. And then let's declare war. Declare war, call allies. Oh god, Romania's guaranteed it. I know what I'm going to do. This is going to be fucking genius. Oh, I'm a fucking genius. About to start a war with our fuel supply? I don't think so. And then we bring everyone over here. And while we're doing it, let's train these guys up. And we can also do this for the extra organization. In the meantime, so now we've got organization of 36, so we immediately build another rocket artillery. And then another rocket artillery if we can, but we can't, so we'll save it. And that brings up our soft attack to 237 with a speed of 8 kilometers, which isn't bad. Immediately stop the training. Germany, I want to join the gang. Thanks, Germany. Let's test these bad boys out. No one's got any rubber. Bruh. Nope. There we are. Let's take a look at the stats. I've got low org. But 164 to 142. My 115 breakthrough to their 530 defense. Over time I'll be able to break through that. Although this is not the most opportune area to break through on, if I'm honest with you. In the meantime, we're again definitely running out of oil. So let's buy it from the Iranians. So this is not really what you should be using the motorized for. The motorized should be used for breakthrough like so. So there's an empty tile there. You send the boys through and you exploit. There you are, immediate deletion. Too many pop-ups. There we are. I don't know what the French are doing, but it's certainly not anything of value. What are the French doing? And because you've got that hardness... Alright, so how to counter the German attacks. So, it depends on what country you're playing as. In the vanilla game. And that is a very long answer. That's a very long answer. So what country are you playing? No one's got rubber. What a shame. I guess we'll put mills into this instead. Okay, so there was a YouTube video on it. It's single player. You can do a roach build. But generally, you want at least 300 infantry divisions. And you want to have, by the time of the war, 300 infantry divisions are stacked up on the Staden line. From there, you just stack bonuses, and you either use air or you use armor to stop any breakthroughs in the line. But that's for a different video. That's for a different... Yeah, that's in one of the other videos. Can I use... Yes, I can. So this is what makes mechanized so potent. Pound for pound, infantry can't do anything to stop it. Of course, as soon as it comes across any tanks, it gets absolutely smashed, but we don't really worry about that, you know. Because I wish I could give you like an easy answer, but it's not. There's no easy answer to like how do you beat this. It requires like a build order, and it requires, you know, certain templates. It's starting to run out of fuel. Don't worry about it. It'll work itself out. Come on, build some rubber for me, please. So you look at the stats, it's just my boys against their boys, and I'm just pushing through with my 2 units without any real issues or being held up in the slightest. Because I've got that 300 soft attack, and oh, I've run out of fuel, didn't I? Well, that's a bit embarrassing. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Oh, I got reinforced meme, that's why. I got reinforced need. Yes, it's a bit of a slow grind. I'll just keep on filtering them through. And then that's Paris gone. Easy stuff. Because that infantry can't stop me. The infantry cannot stop mechanized at this stage of the war. It just doesn't. They haven't got the capacity to do so. unless the allies have got excessive air superiority, it's ogre. So let's try and do a cheeky encirclement at Dieppe. I don't know what happened to my previous. Where is that? It's over here. Come over here. And so I can just walk my way. I can snake my way through. There you are. Circlement done. Easy stuff. And that is Bulgarian mechanized. So I would say that if you were trying to go into a multiplayer game of Bulgarian rocket artillery, if you can get 20 whips of mechanized rocket artillery, you're doing a pretty good job. And you should pat yourself on the back like a good boy. But if you can't, then it's not the end of the world because, hey, oh, you're just Bulgaria. No one really cares that much about you, sadly. So next step in the master plan is to keep on building these up till I get probably to about 30 width, if I'm honest. However, and here's the big however, I don't want to keep building mechanized because I want to have that org at that sweet spot of 30. So if I just keep on building rocket artillery, there we are, and remove one of these, that works. And then we can slowly start changing these out to become mechanized. So these guys have got a nice soft attack of 273. They got pretty good hardness, but of course they're not perfect yet. So the next step will be adding these to make these more mechanized. And then finally we'll finish off with our last mechanized. And that's the division. Of course, we won't have enough mechanized at this stage, as you can see in our logistics, but that's almost fixed. And we're now at a hardness of 40. So that means we will take 60% of our damage will come from soft attack, 40% will come from hard. So that means only 60% of infantry damage will hit us, which is what makes this such a potent division. And of course, over time, once we get even more org, and I don't know if I can remove one of these again and go for another one of these. Is that going to damage my org? Yeah, it damages my org too much. Yeah, let's not bother. But that's sort of the sweet spot. And now we're going to start pumping those out. So here's where we've got to make the decision. Our little decision. So, do we either play selfishly or do we play for the team? So, right now we're researching Mechanized Equipment 2. It's already 1939. It's pretty much a one war at this stage, but it's the AI, so okay. All you can do now is you can dedicate the rest of your military XP into upgrading your mechanized. Either upgrading the production cost to make them easier to produce, or upgrading their speed or armor. Now, I don't want to do that yet because I'm hard researching Mechanized 2. However, once I research Mechanized 2, I'm going to start using my military research, my military XP to pump that out. And instead, that XP is going to go into my doctrine. So the next step is depose the Tsar. Why would I do this? Oh, a quadruple population. I don't need this. I don't see the point of doing this. Let's go back over here. Flee! We can go back over here, which will now allow us to do our military doctrines and hopefully give us some military research. See, here's our army experience. And you can also do this research, but you don't really need it. It's a bit of a weighted slot. But we're going to do this now, so we can get our mechanized 2s out as quick as possible. And be good boys. We're going to build some garbage infantry just to be good boys as well, to guard our ports. And now we can just chill. So this focus here will allow us to give us a ahead of time for motorized, is that right? Oh, for truck. Well, that's a bit garbage, isn't it? We'll see if that actually does what I want it to. If it doesn't do what I want it to, it's going in the bin. It's going to the dustbin of history, and I'm going to go back over here. Hello, Virgil. Welcome back. Welcome back. National Academies. Let's see what this does. So this gives me Oh, nice. Arm XP plus 10%. And war logistics. Let's see if this gives me a bonus to my truck research. If it does, and that is a potent weapon. And now we're running out of bull slots, but that is the price you pay as Bulgaria. So our next research will be further doctrines. And this will increase our org, is that right? Our max speed, no, it doesn't increase anything really apart from reinforce rate. Bit of a garbage bum research bonus, but hey ho. Anyway, you can see the damage we've inflicted as well. Let's take a look at the damage we've inflicted. So we lost in combat in France, 457. So we lost 33 mechanized divisions of units, 38 rocket artillery. They lost 1,710 equipment. So really not that bad, with a win rate of 76%, which isn't too shabby. And I can get probably about 15 of these out by World War II. Or by Barb, not World War II, it's already World War II. So this is where you'd be begging for potentially the Germans to give you some convoys to go and fight over here. But often, because the supply is so low, you'll never be allowed to fight over here as Bulgaria. So you spend the next year or so just twiddling your thumbs until Greece gets eaten, or Yugoslavia gets eaten, or whatever gets eaten. I can't research any of this. Anything valuable there? Nope. Let's go up to limited conscription. Why not? Let's kill time. And now we've ran out of build slots. So a lot of people, especially in the multiplayer community, will screech at you to rush all the way down to a path towards Greater Bulgaria as quickly as possible. Oh, that's wrong. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's right. This will give you war economy. But that's pretty pointless because you're going to run out of build slots anyway, so there's no point in doing that. Instead, it's better to go down and build quicker than gain that war economy. So what should we do next? We could build up our infrastructure. We could build some fuel silos. We can't actually build any of that. Let's build up the infrastructure. Well, it could be really nice. Yeah, let's be really nice. Screw you, game. Make it easy for me to do my logistics. I can't be bothered to do that. I can't be bothered to do that. That's too much effort. No one's got time for that. We're just going to build up our stuff there. There you are. However, this is where things start going wrong for Bulgaria. Once Barb hits, they will begin to take a load of stability penalties, which will become a bit of a nuisance. So once I get the chance, I'll do improved workers' conditions just to buff up. No, Bulgaria's not joined. He will eventually because it's historical, but if he doesn't, I'll be a very unhappy chap. Yeah, so this is a trademark Italy. Let's check to see if I can do what I want it to do. So if I go over here and say research this, and then go back. Oh, that's nice. That is cheeky. Crush the communists. Nah. Nah. Oh yeah, I know what I was doing. I was going over here, wasn't I? That's useless to me. Reorganise military. Reorganise military. But you can see we've already got 24 mils, 14 civs, and we are living the dream. I thought I had more civs. I guess I ran out of civs. So we're just doing the Bulgarian mechanized rocket artillery build and just demonstrating its potency in Barbarossa, well, the upcoming Barbarossa. You can see we can make the Bulgarians a rather efficient, optimized troop. Let's research this as well. And then I need to put a research in reconnaissance, because if I don't, I'm going to be rather embarrassed. Oh, thanks, you're going to give me one convoy. Sadly, I don't have a lot of military XP. And it's only getting worse. So let's just start building more of these. So. Yeah, we'll have a revenge. Why not? Put these guys on the border, because we'll be going to war soon. These guys become our garrisons. Our garbage garrisons. And we'll spread these guys out on the border for the impending war. Yeah, Romania's getting pretty bullied because he didn't join. That's Romania's fault. Maybe my fault for manipulating Romania a little bit, but hey ho, we're going to improve workers' conditions. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why are we improving workers' conditions? It's because if we don't, what happens when we go to war? We get a massive penalty with some sort of communist insurgents going on, which will slowly destroy our stability. So we need it as high as possible before Barb, otherwise things are going to go bad. Yeah, I'll take your planes, but I don't want to. And then we can go down here. And that will have us ready to go. What's our stores like? And Bulgaria is one of the few nations that can do this because it's got no strategic obligations. So, okay, how do I explain it? Primarily, Bulgaria has some really good pros and some really good cons. I'm going to go down to 3 speed, otherwise this is going to take fucking ages. The pros of Bulgaria is that it does not have a lot of strategic obligations. It's not like Italy, what's going to win in Africa. It's not like, let's take a look at Africa while we talk about this. It's not like Germany that has to take out France, have an air force, have a navy, or have some submarines. It's not like the US. So that means it can specialize in one thing. However, its limitations are its space, so it can't build a lot, and its resources. It doesn't have a lot of resources, so it hasn't got a lot of rubber, hasn't got a lot of steel, hasn't got a lot of tungsten, so it can't go very wide. And that means that to specialize with Bulgaria, you need to narrow down to a specific focus. Now, for Bulgaria, that is often mechanized, because mechanized is cheap to produce and combat effective, and the motorized rocket artillery has high soft attack. So what Bulgaria becomes is this sort of soft attack killer who clears out the Soviet front for the German infantry and the German tanks. The reason why it does this is because in terms of its... let's take a look at its resources. You can see here Bulgaria's got absolutely garbage for resources, but it has got some steel. So that's why it can sort of do a little bit of trucks and a little bit of mechanized, but it can't do like tanks and that because it hasn't got the tungsten, it hasn't got and plus it hasn't got the industry to build enough tank divisions to be valuable. But it has got the industry to build lots of little specialized, sort of motorized or mechanized units. So you end up either specializing into motorized anti-tank or mechanized anti-tank, or you end up specializing into soft attack killing. So what we're doing is demonstrating that specialization, first demonstrating the initial build, and then demonstrating our next policies and what we do next. And so we've ended up building this unit. I like 40 whips. I'm still an old-fashioned boomer when it comes to 40 whips. I know the meta's changed, but I like 40 whips. However, I've compromised, I've accepted that times have changed, I've moved on, and now I'm going to stick on 30 whips. So why have I built this division? Because it comes down, when it comes to killing infantry, you need three things. Four things. You need organisation to stay in the fight long enough to kill all the infantry. You need soft attack to kill as much infantry as possible. You need breakthrough to dodge damage, and you need hardness to dodge damage. What mechanized does is it increases the hardness, meaning that you take less damage from soft attack sources. The rocket artillery gives you high soft attack compared to infantry, allowing you to kill infantry quicker. And because of the bonuses to the generals and commanders that Bulgaria gets, such as the cavalry one for the extra attack and the combined arms expert for the extra defense, and the other bonuses, the doctrine, you can also do a lot of organization. So you end up with this big soft attack fist, which you can use to punch through forces. However, its big weakness is tanks. The mechanized have no hard attack, and all it takes is one little tanky boy to come down and it's all over. And so this is used for clearing the front, exploiting, opening up holes in the line, but not for tank combat. Now let's research this, otherwise I'll be embarrassed. Okay, there we are. If you see what I mean. Come on, give me another one of these. And so now we're just going to sit back, we're going to chill, we're going to wait, because this is not really Bulgaria's thing. Bulgaria does not go to North Africa, it takes up too much supply, and no one is going to give you convoys because that's Italy's and Germany's thing. So you just sort of sit back and do nothing as Bulgaria for the next hour in multiplayer games. So that's why Bulgaria tends to be the mechanized boy, because it's got the industry to make mechanized, it's got the bonuses to make good mechanized, and it's small enough to make lots of it and not have to have, I don't know, infantry on the front line. That's going to cut me, I know it. Let's deploy more of these. Bit embarrassing. I just know you're in the wrong thingy. There you are. 1, 2, 3. There we are. Let's take a look at our thingy. Yeah, looks good. Rebuild the army. Next on the agenda, this fellow for the extra mills, and then we can do more doctrine. So where do you want to go down in doctrine? You don't want to go down blitzkrieg because you ain't got any tanks in Bulgaria. You want to go down here, and the reason why you want to go down here is because it gives you more bonuses to motorized, more bonuses to mechanized, and later on it also gives you bonuses to org. And the higher org you get as Bulgaria, the more soft attack you can pad with your motorized rocket artillery. So 1, 2, now let's take a look at our stats now. See, our org is now at 36. That means we can bump this down potentially, get rid of 2 of these. I may have to get rid of 1 more. Take a look at our org, still not good enough, but still, so we're not going to change up. 30 org is always the baseline. If you go lower than 30 org, you don't want to start building like breakthrough units because they're just going to get smashed back. So we're not going to build this. So all this has really done is it's buffed our organization, which means that we'll stay in the battle longer, but it means we won't be able to buff our soft attack, anything like that. But hey ho, it is what it is. Dispersed industry, that's great news. Let's go down here. Let's demand our historical claims, and then let's build up. We're going to start building civs. I know what you're thinking. Why are we building civs this early late into the war? And the reason why we're building civs this late into the war is because we're going to take a big old penalty to our stability once we go into Barbarossa, which is going to destroy our production efficiency, our access to resources, and so on. So this is the part where we build up, and then later on is where we just try and maintain our production. So we're on our way to Mechanized 2. You can probably get it earlier, but you don't really need to get it earlier. Mechanized 2 before Barb is always nice to have. Okay, let's pause it, because I've just been cucked. We will gladly help. And then we can start bullying. So immediately go down, pin, pin, Yeah, why not? In. Let's slow it down a bit. Let's just show you the damage this does. So they can pierce me, but I've got good defense. No, wait, why am I defending? There we are. Oh, I've got some armor as well, so some of these units haven't actually got any piercing, so that's why I'm doing so much damage. Oh yeah, you get some armors as mechanized, so that's also a good thing, especially as against most AI. But against multiplayer, you'll normally get pierced. But this is can just delete. This is not even remotely complex. Let's delete that. However, as I've said before, once a Soviet tank spots you, you're going to get clapped. So bear that in mind. Great for killing infantry. Don't put this anywhere near tanks. However, I don't know if I should tell you this, but okay. Let's tell you another bit of a weird hybrid meta. So, here's an interesting thing. So here, let's take a look at this. So right now you can see it's got 40% hardness. That means that any Soviet armor that comes along is just going to clap us with its hard attack and its soft attack. However, and here's the big however, if you want to survive longer against tanks, it's in fact more intelligent to go motorized. The reason why is because it's supposed to reduce the softness. I don't know why it hasn't reduced the softness, probably because I haven't changed. Oh, because I haven't clicked OK yet. But let me build another one for you. Let me build another one for you. Okay, this is a bit bugged. But what it's supposed to do is motorize is supposed to reduce your softness, and that means you're going to take less damage from tanks because tanks mostly deal with hard attack, meaning that you can stay in the battle longer against tanks, which is a bit weird. You'd think that a soft unit would get ridden over by a tank, but actually soft units survive longer against tanks than mechanized do because they don't get the double whammy of doom. However, it means, of course, it makes you a bit weaker against infantry, so bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. My trains are getting bombed, but I don't care that much. I'm bringing these motorized over. So we're fighting in mountains, we're going to take some attrition, but we're going to be fine. Now we can go back to free speed. Now I need a drink of water. Oh, this talking is making me thirsty. And so what you can do, if you're feeling very, very devilish, is you can make hybrid divisions. So soft attack units with high hard attack. And that's a way to counter tanks, but it's a very fine line to do it. It's very difficult to do, and you've got to you've got to optimize your divisions quite well, otherwise things don't go the way you plan. There we are. That's most of that encircled, almost encircled if we took the port, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. And we're out of supply here, so... Oh yeah, base supply mechanic. Long live the supply mechanic. So now we can just bully with impunity. Yeah, give me some convoys. I won't mind some convoys. We can turn this to 4 speed again. Don't really want to attack this because it's going to take a load of my mechanized away. I'm just going to stand here and do nothing. Because I've got no fuel. Because of the base supply. But even with no fuel, I'm still beating these, which is... Oh, I was beating these, and now I'm no longer beating these. What a shame. Go on, give me that fuel. Give me that sweet, sweet fuel. So we're going to take some time, so let's go bring this up to 4 speed. This is where we retreat, because I don't want to be here with my units anymore, because the AI is going to choke me. And that's, again, the limitations with this stuff now as well. Let's build some more infantry. Next step in our master plan. Let's build mechanized 3. We're not going to get it in time, but why not? So now we have our mechanized 2. So our mechanized 2, we're going to switch out. We're going to immediately go production cost. Production cost. Actually, how fast are these mechanized 2s? No, oh, you're not going to tell me the speed. There you are. 10 kilometers. So if you want to go as fast as a motorized unit, you need to buff this up to 12. That's going to cost you so much. Whereas 10 kilometers is acceptable for what it is. So instead, if we go production cost, reliability, production cost, almost. And then see how many of those we can churn out. Put these on the border. Because I'm going to feed Germany it's motorized, it's mechanized. Once let's say I get 20 of these divisions, I'm going to start feeding Daddy. There we are. And now we can wait. Build some more of these. Actually, let's go for 15. Once I build 15, we'll call it quits here. In the meantime, let's go with nothing. Let's go with nothing. Yeah, why not? Let's go with nothing. Recon company, so we can assign a recon to this guy now. Let's go motorized recon. And now we've got a sweet 300 soft attack, which is more than enough to kill infantry. We've also run out of our manpower, so what we're going to be doing next is reducing that. Reducing that. And just dropping one over here. It may mean we get naval invaded, but hey-ho. And so what has this done for us? So what does the Mechanized 2 do for us? It gives us a higher soft attack. It gives us higher breakthrough. It upgrades our hardness by 5%, which is nice. And it gives us a bit more armour. It's still pretty easy to be pierced, but still very nice to have. And of course we've got decent orc, so you have altogether an absolute nightmare for infantry. And we are churning out 7 a day. So we can eventually give the rest to Germany. But what I'm going to do is I'm not going to actually give it to Germany in this game. I'm just going to let it produce over, and show you at the end of the game how much mechanized I had, which I could have potentially given Germany because of this build. So of course, if you're thinking of doing a multiplayer, then it could be a nice thing to have. What to do next? I can do artillery. Oh god, I forgot to do that. And then we can not do this. We'll do extensive conscription next because of trade, because that's not that bad. So let's beat up the the Germans, the Yugoslavians. Again, there's nothing they can do against mechanized. Infantry will always lose against mechanized unless it's got some form of strong anti-tank investment, or at least some anti-tank investment, and most people will not invest in anti-tank. There we are. Finish this off. And there's our encirclement, and we can carry on. And there we are. Of course, I'm running out of fuel because I'm advancing so quickly, but that's the price one's got to pay for being such a god gamer. And we'll go to fast speed. The Italians are on side right now. I don't think it's in my interest to beat up the Italians. Especially with Barb coming up. Okay, let's bring these guys back. Because I don't want to waste any more of my resources. There we are, job done. Unfortunately, I don't want that much territory. I'm going to give it to the Italians because I don't have enough manpower to garrison it all. So I'm going to give you this, 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 this. I'll give you all of that. There you are. And then I'm going to go over here. Go to extensive conscription. Stop giving me land! Stop giving me land. I can't afford it. Yeah, Barb's coming. But let's go to chill for a bit. So I need my manpower up, which is still pretty lacking. And how many mechanized have we got on stockpile? 471, okay. And next, oh god, it's all going on. Stop with the stop with all of this now. Okay, there we are. Artillery, upgrade the artillery. I don't see why not. And then we'll go down here to go and hopefully reduce the pressure we have on this stuff here. More mills, too many mills, that's the thing. Okay, let's see if I want to be the mechanized producer for Germany. Let's just put a vest in our mechanized to see how much we can produce for Germany by the end of the war. Fair one. I didn't even know there was a mobile phone version of this, if I'm honest. That's quite interesting. So, we have got our 14. 14 is an unlucky number. You know what? 14's fine. We've got our 14 mechanized divisions, which already makes us god tier. So we can now train these up for Barb and bring them over in this direction. I didn't even know there's more. Yeah, I didn't even know there's a online phone version. And now the rest we can go into production. So normally you can get about 15 of these divisions out, probably even more now that you're doing 30 whip rather than 40. I can tend to get about 15 of these buys out, 40 whips out by Barb, but they're a pain to micro, so I don't overdo it. So now I'm going to let these guys train up, get them up to the highest training I can get them in preparation for Barbarossa. In the meantime, let's continue to go down our mechanized offensive. Take a look at our production again to see if we can... Oh, look at that, that's delicious. 1, 2. Almost, but not quite. That's delicious, I like that. And let's see what else we can do. So if we keep on upgrading the production costs for this, it's going to take too long. So what I'm going to do is wait until I've got more non-military XP. That's cool. I like that. I think that's interesting. I think that's pretty cool. So here's a bit of a AI trap. The AI will put all its allies on here and basically starve you. So bear that in mind when you go to do Barb as Germany. You don't actually do any circumvents here because you will starve because of the ever-loving Romanians. Steal the fuel. Steal all the fuel. Upgrade the artillery. Keep going down artillery. And I think if we hard research this, we'll get some bonuses to our motorized rocket artillery. So we'll start going down here next. So I need to stop training because I'm about to Barb. It's not hard. It's actually very fun to play Bulgaria because there's not a lot of things you're required to do as the Bulgy boys. It's quite fun. You're given a lot of freedom to do as you like, and altogether it can be really entertaining. Yeah, give me 2 more convoys. So no, it's a pretty easy. It's just trying to optimize Bulgaria to be as impactful as possible. Which I think I'm just about doing. So you could increase the armor of this, but most of the time having mechanized is good. And I'm already starving because the Romanians are starving this sector, which is great. So how much is my attrition each turn? 6 attrition. Not enough to make me cry just yet. Not enough to make me cry just yet. But give it time. There we are, the Soviets, so let's join the war. Barb starts. Join war. Let's fight. Yes, historic mode. Just to simulate historical games. So here we have a disgusting tank, which we will not be able to do anything about. But if we look at the infantry, we can do a lot about that infantry. So I'm going to go up this rail line. This is where we're going to start crushing the fatherland front, because it's going to start starving us. We just got reinforced memed, or deorg memed. I'm going to keep on advancing on this sector. Unfortunately, we are beginning to run out of fuel because I've put too many units in this sector. Really should be splitting these up. So having 5 here, 5 up north. I need to stop for a bit. I'm going to take 5 of these off and redeploy them over here because they are taking too much supply. Taking far too much supply. Come on. There we are. Let's redeploy these back up north to Warsaw. And then the rest we can play around with some more. If we can, we'll try and buy some flexible organisation for extra speed. And see how this works out for us. And it's not going to work out because there's just too many infantry units here. So never fight on this front because you're just going to starve. Unless it's a multiplayer game and then you'll be fine. So these divisions are going to go and chill as D-Day defense. And then my other 5 divisions are going to be, or my other 7 divisions are going to be of use over here. So where to use them? I'm going to go and use them over here. Now the battle begins. And once again, I'm out of fuel. Such is life. Well, I'm out of fuel. Where's your supply coming from? Over here. Motorize it, please. Thank you. Might as well keep spreading where possible. Try and get those encirclements. Yeah, we're just trying to break the center now, but it's quite difficult to do with the new supply mechanics, especially with AI, because AI is just going to constantly get in the way. But generally, pound for pound, you're always going to win in these engagements. So this is no supply, so this get pushed off the tile as soon as it... it's got no wall, so this will get pushed off the tile as soon as it needs to. Let's do the Third Bulgarian Empire for the extra mills. No rubber for me, which is a shame. Not in the world, but hey ho. So we're quite sort of struggling to pull off any breakthroughs right now because of the supply issues. I got no org. Got no org. That's a juicy opening. But you can see I'm not being pushed back, but then again, it doesn't really count this early on. Doesn't really count this early on. Back to having no supply. And that's why it's so important to have these guys with fully upgraded logistics companies, because if not, you're going to have a bad time. No rubber. Every once in a while I get a burst of supply and that allows me to keep pushing, but it's very difficult to get encirclements that way. There we are. No, keep Kiev. Oh, you mother. There we are. Need that sweet, sweet Kiev. Not going to push in those marshes. Well, when you are ready, go to motorized. Who's bombing my planes? Oh god. Start building lots and lots and lots of AA. I don't have any AA technology, so I can't build any AA. That's a shame. No Air Force? Okay, no Air Force. Let's keep pushing. That's an encirclement. If I can get it. Not Druzina. Yeah, it's an encirclement. I'm going to start pushing along this front. Oh, I got deorged. I got too greedy. There we are. Not a very good one, not a very impressive encirclement, but still nonetheless. And then that's put me into Romanian territory, which basically means starvation territory, so I'm not going near that again. Yeah, it's pretty easy against the eye. Like, they can't counter it. You have to have extremely good micro, or at least some decent tanks to counter this. The only thing that can let me down is if my allies lose to D-Day landings. This is what the design is built for, making those breakthroughs. Exploiting ahead, making those breakthroughs, and then letting the German infantry come up behind. But as soon as those tanks turn up, you just run. Let's go get Kharkov. I've been deorged because I've been pushing too hard, too fast. Okay, no more deorg, let's go. That's another deorg. Yeah. Yeah, they're extremely good builds. That's extremely good Division 4. Some people over-specialize. They make their tanks they make their units too effective, but then they can't afford to get many out, which is not very good. Whereas you just need to get the right amount to be effective enough. You don't want to be over-effective. You don't want like mouse tier or ridiculous soft attack. Just enough to push quickly and have as many units as possible. And this allows you to have lots of units without any of the hassle. Oh yeah, let's turn Kharkov into a supply dump. Come on, let me get that encirclement. There we are. I deserve this. At least give me Stalino. Oh, I'm going to lose this. I've been de-orged too much. There we are. Settlements are hard to achieve now as well. As I found in the game, you've got to keep you've got to keep pushing more aggressively. New flag. Everyone enjoyed a new flag. I prefer the old encirclement or the old overrun symbol. The new overrun symbol is a bit pants. I can't see anything with the old new overrun symbol. Get off the cap. Now. Okay, we're done. It's time to retreat. Because we are once again in low supply land. Instead, we'll just keep pushing to Stalingrad. In the meantime, we've got 77 army XP. So once again, let's keep maximising our mechanised production cost. And let's put this up in terms of priority. Sadly, there's not a lot of rubber, but that's is what it is. You can't do much about it. Let's go Prussia to the Balkans next. And let's bring these back to reserves at Kursk. Back over here, while we're waiting in reserves, let me move these guys about. Very potent to have mechanised on ports. The only way you're going to get around pushing mechanised off ports, especially mechanised rocket artillery, is anti-tank. You need at least attached anti-tank to your marines. Otherwise, no one's getting those ports. No one. And we have currently got 1,900 mechanised too, so that is what could potentially be going to Germany right now, which is plenty. Anyway, let's take a look at the supply. Pretty bad over there. Pretty good in the north. I could go up north and try and do some encirclements there. Or I could keep extending the lines and trying to go for Stalingrad early. I think what I want to do is try and push to Rostov, but it's not very well supplied. We'll give it one more push a go in the south. Hopefully we've got enough fuel, which I think we do. This is taking a while because this is in woods, and woods makes it very difficult to push. And now I've run out of fuel, but I'm still pushing anyway because who cares about fuel? So there's absolutely no point pushing here because I'm not going to get any fuel to push at an acceptable level. He says as he still continues to try and push like a bleb. Where's the next supply depot for these guys? It's Rostov, so if I can get Rostov... Let's go to 4 speed, this is going to take some time. The winter's set in, so the terrain's going to be garbage. Because I'm pushing through woods, I'm also limited as well. Retake this rail line. I don't think I'll have one rail line down to south. That's not going to matter. Yeah, it's not going to matter. It's going to be quite a low rail line, so we should be able to keep on pushing. Good. That should be Rostov in our hands soon. You can see the change in stats as soon as I get any fuel. It's like, ah, I can suddenly do a load of damage and delete these units. Meanwhile, the AI has not tuned too well up north. Alright, I've done my job here. It's time to go up north and salvage the AI up north and give them some hope. I don't think they've pushed out Poland proper yet. That's pretty bruh. Yeah. In the meantime, what can we do here? Why not? Why not? Okay, where are my tank divisions? Where are they going? Where are they now? There they are. Okay, Operation Salvage the Situation in the North begins. This is lazy micro, don't snake like I'm doing. There we are. I could try and 5-speed this, but I'd end up under microing and dying. Don't get out, please don't get out. Oh, they got out. It's a shame. Okay, let's crash this pocket anyway. There we are. So this pocket's been closed. Let's focus on salvaging or finishing it off. Over the winter. Yeah, the AI has done well in the south. In the north, it's not done very well. But then again, that's because I've been in the south, so. You can tell. Alright, so that's a good judge of effectiveness. See how much they pushed here, but not up north. Nice little marker for encirclements. So once again, the infantry's blob has been well and truly smashed. We've got in our reserves 2.7k mechanized we could be giving to the Germans if we wanted to in a multiplayer game. And we are further improving our designs as we speak. I'm making 16 a day. That's pretty good. Altogether, that's a pretty potent build. And then the next on the list, I suppose I could go down defensive lines. I don't see why not. Why not this stage? Yeah, yeah. The winter can be a bit of a pain, especially in the game now with supply added. But again, if you've got good stats, it doesn't really matter. So next encirclement will be over in this objective. I'm going to cross the Stalin line. That's the thing. That's the reason the AI is so stuck right now. Is that the Stalin line is sort of been their undoing. I need to keep on crushing the Fatherland front. Not the best terrain for motorised, but what are you going to do about it? At least I'm getting fuel, that's what counts. So here's our naval invasion of Western France. They're trying to land on the ports. They can't because of the mechanized rocket artillery. So that's not going to happen. So effectively, if you want to be an aid in your D-Day defense, put a couple of mechanized rocket artillery on the ports, and unless they're bringing anti-tank, no one is landing. But then again, it is AI naval invasion, so bear that in mind. Oh, did I get reinforcement? Oh, that's so cursed. Let me split my units up. Let's actually play this properly and actually try and cross this. So, what we need to do is we need to go free speed. All together. 1, 2, force attack. And then sit back and wait. And that's because of the river line defense. So this is part of the Stalin line. That's why it's a complete nightmare to try and break across. Also, it's winter, so you've got to bear that in mind as well. And now it's no longer winter, so hopefully I can start doing stuff. I shouldn't be attacking here. I'm going to relocate. And instead, I'm going to attack across these plains. Moscow's on its way out. Stalingrad's on its way out. The game's going to be won probably by 42, if I'm honest. Okay, try and cross. Or don't. Do some pinning. Get pushed back because I got dueled. Need to invest in more ores. I've also run out of fuel, which is wonderful. So once again, this isn't getting me nowhere. Let's take a look at supply. Where's the nearest supply hub? This is the nearest supply hub. So what I should be pushing for is up by Valeria Luki. Or I should push this port here. Oh, I could push Moscow. I could do a lot of things right now. I'm going to push these guys back, and we're going to try and do a more open approach. Where's the enemy supplies? Okay, Valeria Luki is where we want to go. We can get Valeria Luki, we're living a dream. To try and pivot on the flank. Which is sort of getting me somewhere, but not really. I want to stop. I want to stop. Get all my troops in position and try and do another attack with Valeria Luki. There we are, that's the ticket. Get the AA off it. There we are. Job done. With that done, keep the supply lines open, and that leaves me a nice stepping off point to hopefully go for Psychov next. Let's do a force attack to make this go quickly. It's alright, we've got a supply hub. Until we get out of that supply hub's range, it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy living until then. And there we are. That's all we needed to do. And then we just got to clear this out. It says just about almost getting encircled. Let's bring this down and clear it. Nice. Nice. Fairly painless. It's all about... It's not... My units aren't bad, it's just that there's no supply, so my units are bad. As soon as your supply drops, your units just hemorrhage combat effectiveness. I'm not worried about encirclement. Oh, they took Narva. That's a bit of a nuisance. How is Riga still going? Crush this pocket. If you can't go for Riga, go for next to it. There we are, that's what we needed. And job done. So what that was effectively I didn't have enough supply, so I needed to take the nearby supply hub for Larry Lukey. Then I could punch through, get the next port which gave me more supply, and close down the rest of this pocket, which effectively collapsed that front and made me a happy boy. What to do next on the list? Let's do Found and Brannick. I'd rather do depose the Tsar. Why not? Let's LARP it. We've also still have got 4.3k mechanized to give to the Germans if there was a Germany player. So bear that in mind, that Germany would have as many mechanized as he could possibly want. Give him an extra production cost, increase that reliability. And we are good. And our stats are still pretty around that level, you know? It's still pretty mediocre, but hey ho. Anyway, where were we? Any D-Day attempts? Not really. Things are still pretty stagnant. Not really, no. Of course not. You can't D-Day against mechanized unless you've got anti-tank. We could move to Leningrad now. We could do a big boy encirclement at Stalingrad. Where's the nearest supply depot? It is there. So if we move our troops here. That's cool. And carry on, we should be fine. We're done. Okay, next. So at this stage, the Soviet Union would have fallen apart. Would be called GG, but we'll finish it off. You know what? I can let the AI take the wheel on this. There we are, final encirclement. So hopefully the game will end, if not it's going to go on for ages. Let's delete this and then assign it to this. So generally that's what the Bulgarian units are for. It's supposed to be those punch-through units to get you that breakthrough or to mop up and push through any opportunistic Soviet infantry that's trying to stop the German tanks doing what they want. Pound for pound, nothing's going to stop you apart from the Soviet tanks or bad supply. And in which case, you can just mop through that with impunity and not be halted in the slightest. The only counter to this is really anti-tank. And also if you have got armor. But if they haven't got armor, I made a mistake there. That's going to lead to a D-Day. You know what? Let them D-Day. You haven't got if the Soviets have got lots of armor, especially lots of garbage light armor, any form of armor really is just going to stop you being able to do what you need to do. Anyway, the Germans will be bringing their troops over for anti-D-Day, and we can now finish this off with the taking of Baku, which should fulfill Germany's air supply. Oil supply, not air supply. I shouldn't have my mechanized here. This is a waste of time having mechanized here. Instead, just put a mechanized generally across this line to do as you wish. What happened to my field marshal? Oh, he got deposed, so that's why you don't do depose the Tsar. There you go. We all learned something here. And finish off. Give the order, let the AI do its thing, and hopefully it just should result in the collapse of the Soviet Union. So let's take a look at the losses. Bulgaria's lost 107,000 men. Soviet Union has lost 3.62. Germany has lost 2.6. So it's pretty even. So the war was still up in the air. It was mostly the extra help, I suspect, of my own units that did it. In terms of losses in combat, 6,800, 26,000 Soviets, which is probably more if I'm honest, but because I've created a new front, this has been added up. With Leningrad lost, all it takes is Baku, I believe, and then hopefully the war should be over. But sometimes you've got to fight for ages into Soviet territory, which is a bit of a nightmare. So the question is, do we want to bother fighting on to the end? I'm running out of motorized rocket artillery, so once that's done, we need to go over here. Where's my motorized rocket artillery? In fact, we're running out of a lot of things. What happened to... Oh, I had a civil war. The more you know. And that's where all my... that's where all my... all my stuff went. I should get that stuff back though, fingers crossed. Not really, no. No, I still have 4.4k. Okay, we're good. What about my motorized rocket artillery? Yeah, I'm starting to lose that. I didn't even know I had a civil war. That's a bit funny. A bit, oof. Are you gonna D-Day? You're gonna try. We shouldn't. It just shouldn't take that long to get Baku, boys. Baku should be a pretty easy thing to get hold of. Did they land? Good, they didn't land. I'd be a bit upset if they did. There we are. Baku's gone. Now we wait until the impending doom of the Soviets. How long has the Soviets got to collapse? A very long time, apparently, according to their stats. Where's the capture points now? They shouldn't even have a supply line, if I'm honest, but hey ho. Now it is snowing, so I suspect that's probably why my units are moving so painfully slowly. And I'm gradually beginning to rapidly run out of motorized rocket artillery. Oh well. We can stop that. Where are the next capture points? That's another thing we've got to really bear in mind. So where's Moscow anyway? Moscow's over here. Just push towards the Urals, why not? Finish this off, hopefully. And then chill. I like how we're still fighting in North Africa, that's still pretty funny. Anyway, this will take some time. It's just a mop up now. I really should bring my mechanized over here now just to hold out. Just in case the AI does potato it. Which I think they're going to do. Interesting use of 30 divisions AI. I'm very impressed by that. Let's halt it there. So it's pretty clear at this stage that the game is won. We've taken all the supply positions, taken all the caps. All that's required now, honestly, is that's gradually pushing and taking the last capture points. The Moscow or the Soviet war machine is pretty much gone. Its supply lines are gone as well. I think its supplies are now coming from Volgograd, so it's like one railway hub. And so I could keep playing to the end and just gradually grinding through the last of the Soviets, even though the war is, for all intents and purposes, over. Or I could just put guys on garrison there. But you've got the general idea. These units are really good at punching through, killing the Soviet infantry, and generally causing a lot of damage. Their weakness is, of course, supply and lack of fuel, and so they've got to be operating near or punching to supply hubs. Otherwise, they're going to struggle to make much progress, or they're going to be aiming for limited encirclements. You can see that you can get a load of soft attack eventually by the end of it. You get a load of oil, so you can stay in the fight longer, and you've got some pretty good... Oh, you've got some basic armor, and you've got some pretty good breakthrough. Equally, with focusing on mass production, you can mass produce tons and tons and tons of mechanized, meaning that by the end of the war I had 4.1k mechanized divisions. Now, in a multiplayer game, that means I could give that 4,000 mechanized divisions to Germany, meaning that they can have a mechanized arm or mechanized heavy tank force or a mechanized tank force for Barbarossa. And I can just keep feeding that through to Germany, just keep on giving them mechanized until eventually you probably start making mechanized infantry. Like, how many divisions does this take to make a mechanized? How much mechanized does this take? 240, so I can make 240, let's round up to 250, 500, 4, 8, 9, 4, 8, 255, so that's 4, 8, 9, 12 divisions from that. So 12 divisions of this build. So bearing in mind, normally it'll be a load of tanks with like 4 mechanized in a late game German tanks. So that's almost 12 mechanized divisions a Germany guy could throw out, well, mechanized armor. And that's a point to point. So really the benefits of this build is it's really powerful, it's good synergy with tanks, and it's good synergy against the infantry. It's very useful for Germany to have that on side, and it's also a great way to feed the German war machine. In short, it's an extremely effective tool, and really the only limitations to it is its vulnerability to armor, which will be countered by German armor, and its vulnerability to lack of supply and fuel. Anyway, I think I'm going to go for smoke. I'm going to end the Hearts of Iron 4 stream here. I don't know if I'll be back to do any more Hope 4 today. I may just have a chill day now and may play some easy red offline, but tomorrow will be some more grand tech. Anyway, that was the Bulgaria motorized rocket artillery build, or mechanized rocket artillery build. I hope you like it. Here are the researches. Here's the division template again. Here's the doctrine, so focusing on blitz, going for flexible for the speed and get rid of that org loss. Hello Raz, but I think you're coming to the end, unfortunately. We're just wrapping up in terms of the build. Here are the different commanders. What I will say is probably don't go for depose the Tsar, because this starts a civil war, so you don't want to do that. But even then, I didn't even pay any attention to it. In short, very good, very effective, very useful. Okay. Can I be bothered to do a Soviet game? Can I be bothered to do a Soviet game? You know what? I'm gonna go for a smoke. I'll have a drink. I'll have a little drink. I'll go for a smoke. And we'll do a Soviet game. And I'll show you my optimization. So I need to change the settings of the stream now, don't I? Although Soviet's boring, but I'll do it anyway. I'll do it anyway. God, I hate the Soviets. Well, Soviets are fun in multiplayer, boring in single player because the meta is so painfully easy against AI. Okay. Let's do some Soviets. Let's do some Soviets. So, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll do the Soviet campaign. Anyway, let me mute myself. Be good, chat. Don't lie to people about meta, and I'll see you all soon. Oh yeah, here's a text. There you are. Okay, so let me take a little drinky. No worries, Ryder. Thanks very much. Okay, so let's dig into the server. Oh, I hope you've got plenty of time in your hands because it's going to be a long one. Oh yeah, let me get rid of this, otherwise it's going to be a pain in the ass. Goodbye. There we are. So, Soviets. Let's go. Select country. Historical focus. Start. So, I won't cover full details on the strengths and weaknesses of the Soviets because I've already done that in another video. But generally, first things first. Get all the boys. Put them on the Stalin line, which will be this. Well, eventually this. Give it time. Everyone, go! Switch this to mechanized or motorized. Next thing you do is the Soviets. First things first, you've got to work out our supplies. So, the reason why I'm putting everyone on the Stalin line is to see where my supplies are lacking. Spoilers, my supplies are going to be lacking down here, and my supplies are going to be lacking up here. So what I need to do is first upgrade my supply depots, or my supply lines. So the first things first is upgrade this. Second thing second, build a supply hub here. Let's build it here. And third, build a supply line, a rail line to here. And then we'll work it out from there. Next. So this is going to be a single player build, so don't try and replicate this in multiplayer because that would be naughty. We're going to go hard construction. Yeah, they eventually break it, but you can normally turn the tide. So that's why. The reason they probably broke the bottom river is because there is the supply line is here as a Bosk. So once this is taken, if you haven't built a supply line behind it, what that basically means is that all these guys end up with no supply, and you get pushed across the river, which is pretty sad. Next, we're going to build rocket artillery because why not? And we're going to hard research electronic engineering. This is for single player. Don't replicate this in multiplayer. So next, we want to get rid of Purge, but first things first, we need to upgrade our rail lines. So the path of Marxism-Leninism is next. Next, get this bad boy up. Keep those tanks, why not? It'll be funny. Keep the fighters, why not? So we need anti-air. We need trains. And we need artillery. And we need motorized. Yeah, we need all of that. This becomes our build. All of this, the Soviets don't need a navy. What they need is convoys for land lease. So immediately, convoys. That's your job now. And our supplies, we can buy the rubber from the Dutch East Indies. And now we wait. And that is the first turns pretty much done for the foreseeable future. So take a look where the supply is lacking. The supply is lacking up here. So we're upgrading this. And our supplies are going to be lacking down in the south as well here. So that's why we're building this supply dump. So this area can be supplied. Okay. Next, we're going to find our mountaineers to be sent to... So there's two veins. You can either go nowhere and expect Allied land lease in multiplayer games, or you can build air. I build air. I'm going to build air this time because I'm not going to get any land lease and I want to win the war rather quickly. So we are going to be building air. Next, get this down to about 6 or 4. Path from Marxism-Leninism, good. 1, 2. Get these over to here. These are going to be our land lease boys. We're going to send these to land lease. Next on the agenda, it is the addressing internal affairs. So this is our next focus because we want this fellow. Once we get this fellow, we can reduce our consumer goods, and we can do some other naughty things. So let's take a look at our supply. Where's it lacking? Supply is lacking there. So let's upgrade this supply line. Let's upgrade this supply line. And let's make sure this is getting built as well. Let's carry on. I probably should have ended and restarted the game because it's going to be a laggy boy for a while, but I suppose we'll find out. And now we go to 5 speed. We can make ourselves a cup of tea. We have a little nappy. Because all we're going to be doing for the next while until the end of this month or end of this year is building up our rail lines. So we're getting internal affairs. We pause the game. Expand Gadget Prop, and this will allow us to build our rail lines quicker. Let's scare these guys away. We still haven't got enough PP or military XP yet. Not military XP. Political power to go to war economy yet. And so we're just going to chill for a bit. At the same time, you may as well improve relations with the Spanish, because we're going to need to send a military attaché to them. Radios for extra reinforce rate. So we've expanded Gadget Prop. That's what we need to do now. Because this gives us high yield and transport. So if we press this transport button, this will increase our supply hub construction and our railway construction, which we need to do early to get it out of the way. Now that's done, we can now focus for the rest of the game on our purges. So we're going to go down the center to get rid of our purges to keep our generals. As soon as this goes up near 25, we're going to keep on popping this to get rid of it. There we are. Make sure we've got plenty of guns, because we're going to need this filled, and then we're going to need this filled, and basically a lot of our main line infantry filled first. So this supply hub down south, once it's finally built, should feed the entirety of this southern front. And that means we can lose this hub without any problems. He says. We will find out. So we've gone down the center. Stalin Constitution, basically rushing down these focuses to make Papa Stalin happy. We're going to go war economy, or we can't yet, so we're going to go free trade. And then we're going to wait. As soon as this is finished doing what it needs to do in 120 days, we're going to go for high yield, because that's going to reduce our consumer goods by 5%, which we need to do if we're going to stand a chance of keeping our supply high. So we've still got bad supply in the north, so what we're going to do is upgrade this supply line. And our supply line now is pretty much fixed down here, so we don't have to worry about this anymore. Although I do want to upgrade this to perhaps a 2, just in case. And then it's a case of building civs like it's no tomorrow. So civs in the high industry areas, so the high infrastructure areas. So wherever there's high infrastructure, start building the civs up. Construction 1 is done. Construction 2 ready to go. Need to save our PP because we're going to need to use it to send an attaché to this guy, and we're going to need it for other things as well. So let's not overuse our PP as well. Let's not PP everywhere. So, Spanish Civil War. Send volunteers. This will get our war support up, and when we send an attaché, well, this will give us our military XP up, and then when we send an attaché, it should get our war support up. So, next on the agenda, planes can come over here. Where's the nearest airfields? There. Stalin Constitution, that should keep Papa Stalin happy. Go down here next. Make sure Papa Stalin's still not too pissed off at us. Yeah, Papa Stalin's still pretty happy. Send an attaché. Improve relations, then we'll send an attaché. Planes up. There we are. That should raise our war support, which should allow us to go to war economy as soon as possible. With these boys, we can give them a high command like Zhukov. It doesn't really matter, it's single player. Then we can find out where to bully. So there's a supply hub here, so we can bully over here. Make sure these are high priority. And they're getting the best stuff as much as possible. Give these guys a field marshal, Tukhachevsky, why not? Papa Stalin's getting pissed. We may end up with a little purge. Let's hope it's not too big a problem. Half the troops back over here. Yeah, we're just doing a Soviet build now because Aurelian needs a little bit of help, but we won't be too overdo it too much. Get rid of the purge. That is your priority. Get rid of the purge. Radio is good, so the radio's done. Next step on the master plan. Fighters, fighter 2s. Let's go. Hard research those fighter 2s. This is just to get our military XP up, nothing more, nothing less. And that's the only reason why this is going. Spain's pretty easy as a national socialist now because, nationalist Spain, because the Republican AI is pants. So, it makes it very easy to win now as the nationalist Spain. In fact, perhaps too easy. So we will accomplish a high yield. Click this button, reduce our consumer goods by 5%. And now we'll get more civs to build our stuff on. We can put our planes over here. They're basically pinned because it's the debuffs from the Spanish Civil War. We won't be doing much. Next. Socialism in one country. Stop attacking me so I can attack back. Yep, we're now mass building civs, which is good. That's what we want to do. Counter-attack. Pin. Let's go down the collectivization process. Basically clear that entire slate. Just clear it. Get rid of it. That entire focus tree needs to go before we move on to finer things. There we are. That supply hub's taken. That means the next supply hub is nowhere to be found, which is great for us. So now we can do some memes. I'm going to send another unit in there just in case they do anything silly to me. Okay, we've got our PP, war economy. We are good now. We are set. War economy, free trade. Next in the agenda, making sure that whenever this pops, we do it again. And this has already ground our XP up exponentially, which is great. They're going to keep on force attacking, which is funny because they've got no supply, which is just funny. Next. So we're going to go construction free. The reason why I want construction free, so we can build more civs quickly. More civs quickly means life becomes easier. So this guy's about to slap me in the face. Let's do this fellow. Stalin no longer is going to slap me in the face. Get rid of the purges. Can I advance here now? You're going to let me advance? What next? I think I'm going to go for popular figurehead next, so I can get more stability, because more stability means less consumer goods. Hmm. Second Moscow shot. Almost got cucked by the Civil War, but not quite. Workers' dictatorship. Let's get this done. Retreat back. We have our encirclement. And there we have it. First encirclement of the day. Next, bully this. See if I can close this encirclement down. Probably not, but you never know. Oh, also, I can't send that guy yet. What a shame. Can't do this yet. Bit sad. Maybe improved workers' conditions for extra stability, but no, we need our PP for something. I just don't know what. Ah, I know what we need our PP for. we need to PP over here. For that army experience gain, because we need lots of army XP. This is the only reason why you're actually fighting in Spain, is to get that gold, because that gold gives you less consumer goods. Keep an eye on any purges. Make sure the bad man isn't doing anything. Tell me why I'm in corner of history nonsense for oof. Indeed, oof. Indeed, oof. It was an AI oof, but don't worry, the AI is incompetent, so the Spanish will put yeah, this will happen, and the Republican Spain will just basically allow these troops out. And my guys are going to go. Yeah, Spain is always a mess, but hey ho, it's a good way to grind military XP. What am I low on? A will to live. Okay. Workers' dictatorship on the next agenda. Okay, so this is where we're going to be a bit more intelligent now. So we'll take this fellow to get rid of the paranoia. Finish off this pocket. Come on down to Flavor Town. See what else we want to do. Let's go for popular figurehead, because popular figure gives us more stability. More stability means less consumer goods. There we are. Next on the agenda. Closing this pocket with no survivors. Good. Our first purge, it's a Navy guy, and no one cares about the Navy, so we will purge this fellow. In the meantime, we'll try and save the nationalist Spain from itself. Check our national focuses, see if we can go down. No, we can't, so we will carry on where we left off. Okay, now here's a little gamey thing you can do in single player. Instead of wasting all your focuses or your time going down here to send an attaché to China, you can just send an attaché to Japan. Once we've improved relations enough. So we just improve relations with Japan. Pretend we didn't do that. And then we will go over to the left. So now we can't go down to Purge anymore. So this buys us some time. We need 75 days, so one focus. And where we're going to go? We're going to go over here. So these two focuses will allow us to go to the next purge. We can take the deal. Again, most multiplayers will force the deal, so let's take the deal. And then seize the gold from the Spanish to reduce our consumer goods. There we go. The AI lemming train is finished. Half that, send it over here. And this war has lasted longer than it should have. Anyway, Spain is now a big old mess. It is a big, big mess. So we have a choice. We can either start beating up the nationalist Spain, try and beat up the Carlists, or try and beat up the Aragonians. Now, I'm a good boy, so I'm going to go beat up the nationalist Spain first. We're just going to snake our way to glory. Heavy industry, next focus. Is Stalin pissed yet? Stalin's getting pissed. He's a pretty pissed boy now. But you know what? I'm going to take the purge. Because I do not want to waste PP. This is where I die, because I'm snaking it. Okay, get rid of this guy from the army. Sorry, old boy. Wasn't my idea. And finish off the nationalist Spain. So we need to build more stuff. Guess where we're building it? That's right. Here. And here. Oh god, no, not here. Here. So generally you don't want to build on the front line, because if you build on the front line you're going to lose all those civs when the Germans come knocking. So you want to build as east as possible without screwing up your... Well, building on high infrastructure areas as much as possible as well. So you've got to bear that in mind. Anyway, where were we? Let's take a look at our focuses. We will accomplish a high yield. I'm going to go for this. Because that means, guess what? More consumer goods. Or less consumer goods. So we've done these two. Back over here in time for the purge. 75 days. Military conspiracy. Let's go. Oh god, got encircled. That's okay, it's not the end of the world. This is a very quick speed run to show you the build I do, so we can get in time for Barb, because it's going to be a long one. That's why I'm pausing so often when I'm doing 5 speed. So we can chill now, we're good. Military conspiracy is good, we're building our Katushkas, so make sure I've got a Katusha line incoming. And then we're going to build mechanized. Again, not optimum. Next, behead the snakes. Don't bother doing this, it's a waste of a focus. So we can't go down here anymore because we need 175 days. We don't want to go here because I lose stability if I do it when I'm not at war. So that means we've got to wait for 175 days to do something else. And that means going back over here to finish the 5-year plan, which is 70 days. Just about, but I don't stay faithful to Hoi 4. I come and go. I go back and forth. I'm what you call it, a traitorous Hoi 4 player. I'm not loyal to the cause. It's good in bursts. Like I'll play for like one a month, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm done 5 speeding, optimizing. I'm gonna cry inside. Anyway, if you do feel like you're being vindictive as the Soviets, you want to cause that civil war in the north, because if you cause that civil war in the north, you just screw things up for the nationalist Spain. So the reason why I'm not advancing anymore is pretty simple. Yes, you will start running out of weapons if you go aggressive, especially if you just like use the battle plan. So bear that in mind. Not in the Spanish Civil War, but in Barbarossa. There you are. So I'm closing these pockets down, so I'm letting... This is really just for the AI's sake, not mine. Because the AI will pants out. If it doesn't have an... It will waste too many troops on encirclements, basically. So let's crush these units and then move on from there. So let's take a look. Okay, we've got a problem here. Stalin's really pissed, so we're going to force some reports, keep Stalin happy. And we're going to check our purge. So our purge still has a very long time to kick in. So we're going to go back over here, and this is the important one, foreign experts. Because foreign experts will give us something that will reduce our consumer goods. And it's all about the consumer goods. Nikolai Bukharin, reform of economy. Are you good, Nikolai Bukharin? No, you're not. Goodbye. There we are. Let's focus now back on the front. Let's go save the... Ah, dear. Let's go save the nationalist Spain. How much more? Build civs. Build civs like it's going out of style. Where to build civs? Anywhere of 80 or 60 really. There we are. Carry on. Okay, we've got our foreign experts. So, what we need to do now is get in bed with the British. He says, where's my option to get in bed with the British? Or can I just immediately do it? Oh yes, I can immediately do it. So this is what we need. This fellow here. This will increase our production, our construction by 5%. So Gospodarství. Click on this bad boy. And then what you want to do next is... He says, it should pop up now. He says, where is it? Where's that focus? Did they remove it? Did they remove this bad boy? Oh no, they haven't removed it. That's good. So Purge is not coming yet. We still have time on the bank, so we may as well go back over here and keep on going down develop bureaus. There it is. So we need to get in bed with the British. So we need to first increase the opinion of the British of us, and then we need 50 PP. So, improve relations, and then wait till we get 50 PP. I could cheese this so badly.
точно. Так точно. Внимание. Я готов.
Oh, he took Madrid. What a shame. What a shame. Anyway, the Civil War's going to go on for ages.
Так точно.
So get ready for that.
Слушаю.
Why has Nationalist Spain not capitulated yet? Come on.
Верно. Слушаю. Выходим. Смирно. Верно. Я готов. Брось. Мирно.
Has it become a mess?
Брось. Выходим. Отходим.
Check our purges. Purges. Okay, we're still acceptable. We're within acceptable levels of pissed off.
Жду приказа. Так точно. Так точно.
And then finish these guys off.
Выходим. Мы под огнем.
Oh, this is why. They've still got Malaga. Because the AI refused to take it.
Выходим. Готов.
Anyway, this is a mess. Don't worry about it. This is a problem because this is going to screw us over a little bit in the long term, but we need to do it, otherwise we're going to get a big old purge. So that's going to be a PP sink for us. Next. Can we go down the purge yet? No, we cannot. Now we can go down the purge. So go for this, and this should eventually stop the Great Purge from kicking in. Yeah, we will lose political paranoia, so we're going to go down here next.
Готов выдвигаться. Мирно. Выходим.
Go away, Turkey.
Выходим.
I've got bigger things to worry about. So it appears that we've just switched sides, which is a very amusing, although irritating thing.
Слушаю.
There we are. Nationalist Spain's done. Easy win, boys. Easy win.
Слушаю.
It wasn't easy at all. It was pretty frustrating. But next on the agenda.
Выходим. Выходим.
Start beating up the other guys. And resume. Assume the position. Sorry.
Готов выдвигаться.
I'm just going to go around you.
Я готов. Выходим. Брось.
And that should be that.
Выходим.
That's the Aragonians taken care of.
Выходим.
And we can finish off
Продолжаем атаку.
over here.
Выходим. Выходим.
Also, what I almost forgot to do is bring these in. So this is why we're doing this, to get that low consumer goods, because this reduces our consumer goods by... Does it? I thought it did reduce our consumer goods. Let me just check. No, it doesn't. I thought it did. Oh, this is the one that reduces consumer goods. But pound for pound, the one on the right is better. So actually, don't go for that one. Go for the one on the right, because this one is, in the long term, better. So really get into bed with the British. This will increase our production and increase our resource, or lack of resource penalty. Boom. Next. Bully these boys, not buys. So, let's do some close battlefield support, because we've got air XP out the wazoo. And that is the end of the political purges, so we no longer have to worry about Stalin getting pissed off anymore. This is great for us, because we no longer have to worry about any of this. And so we can go once again for accomplish a high yield. And we can go down the research slot. Finish this off. Pretty much won now. This won in Spain anyway. Spain's a bit of a red herring. Spain does not mean you're going to win the game. But because I'm bored of Spain now, you're going to do this for me. Spain bores me. There we are. No more micro for me. And once again, build more civs. Wherever you can. Let's build some civs over here, if possible. Can't. What a shame. Now, what you can do is build civs here and then relocate them to the east. But that takes up a lot of PP, so we're not going to bother doing that. Instead, we're going to find our plus 80s. There they are. And we'll carry on. Okay, construction free. That's what we needed. So we've got our construction free. We're now going to go focus down basic machine tools and carry on. Switch these to aggressive because the war's won. Okay, and this is what we want. That we want that extra research slot. So what should we invest it in? So we are investing in fighters, we are investing in BTRs. So we can now invest it in infantry, support equipment, artillery. I think I'm going to invest it in support equipment for the extra bonuses. So you could do tanks, but it's single player, so I don't need to do tanks. So instead, I'm just going to do mechanized. Lots and lots of mechanized. So, this is us good. Now, we aren't going to click on this yet because we don't want to, because it gives us plus 5% consumer goods. Instead, we're going to go all the way over here and go for the new Soviet woman. And then we're going to go down collector's propaganda to reduce our consumer goods. So, new Soviet woman. And that's the end of the Spanish Civil War. Yay! God. Pays to be a gangster. But generally, if you want to win that, you've got to get lucky or you've got to cause the Carlist insurrection. Send an attaché. No, you don't like me enough. Improve relations. Yep. I have no intention of demobilizing. Because I'm going to send an attaché soon, and that will get my war support back up. He says, trying not to cry. New Soviet woman. Collector's propaganda. Go on, you know you want to. You know you want me to send you that sweet, sweet attaché. Oh yeah, and I've forgot about that. Anyway, carry on. So, how many are taken from consumer goods? 22. So 16% are taken from consumer goods right now. We want to bump it down to around about 12 if possible before we go to the next plan. You won't let me. How about you? I'm going to need someone to be my friend. I don't want to demobilize. Whoa, I can send an attaché. That's nice. Looks like they've changed that, so I can actually send an attaché whenever I please now, which is nice. Is the game going to blow up on me in 54 days? Yes, my economy is going to collapse in 54 days. There we are. And that should stop the demobilization of the economy. No, it in fact did the opposite. Why is my war support plummeting? Who knows? I sure as hell don't. This is bad. This is really bad. I don't know why this has occurred. Someone do something, please. I'm wasting all my PP just to stop my economy plummeting into the ground. 7 days to the end of the world. It did nothing. It did nothing, okay. What a shame. Oh well. Anyway, it's now 1939, so that means it's time for a mill switch. So this is where we start massing our mills and start thinking about building up our armies. So first things first on the agenda, what units are we going to have? First things first, we're going to have engineers. Save. And then we're going to have 20 whipped infantry, save. And then we're going to have some anti-air. Okay, that's going to be our baseline army. But we need a lot of those, so this is going to be changed into all of that. And then we're going to train these up until we have at least 300 of these bad boys. So that means an awful lot of investment in, you guessed it, everything basically. Here's our fighter 2s. Next on the research is our CAS. I'm going to see what our deficits are. So we have deficits in support equipment, infantry equipment, artillery, and anti-air. So that means most of my investment is going to go into those things. But until then, we can chill. Next on the agenda, land doctrine. So if you're going to go infantry roach build, then you can either go grand battle plan or mass assault. Now I'm going to go mass assault because this eventually, I believe, gives me less supply consumption and not a lot of anything else, if I'm honest with you. Until I get to there, and that's going to take ages, so okay. We need logistics companies, and then we need to chill. There we are, socialist emulation, or emulation. Next is socialist realism. To reduce our consumer goods, which have got out of hand. I think actually winning the Spanish Civil War has cucked me a little bit, because now my war support is minuscule, so bear that in mind. Bear with me. Where? Where's the bear? Honk, honk, honk. But this is a lot of waiting as a Soviet Union, unfortunately, but there's not a lot you can do about it. Apart from wait. And wait some more. Socialist realism. So we've got our socialist realism. That is done. Now we could go down here for the extra stability, but we've already got pretty good stability, and that's already given us our -3 consumer goods, so there's no point doing that anymore. So instead, we are now going to go and switch over to the left, do the third 5-year plan, which is going to destroy our consumer goods. But it's going to allow us to shift production and start improving our military construction, so hey ho. It is what it is. Now I'm not going to do, we will accomplish a high yield just yet because I want to save the PP so I can declare war on Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Finland. The reason why we're declaring war on those countries is because, he says, it gives us more opportunities to get more XP. So we can now build more in the high industry areas. So once again, build more in these areas first. And then resume. Let's sign the treaty. Let's do that non-aggression pact, and now let's justify our war. So justify. All we have to do is justify on one state. Justifying on more is a waste of PP. So let's justify on one state. Then justify on another state. And finally on the last state. And then once we've got the time, we will justify on this fellow once we get 74 PP. So we've hard researched our mechanized. This will go down here. And once we've got 300 divisions, we're going to start switching our production to this bad boy. Once again, hard researched. Mechanized 2. These guys can rejoin. I can't because it's the Japanese border. I don't care about Japanese border. If you cared about it, then go ahead and get your free doctrine. But for the most part, I couldn't care less. So this is going to be my shock army. And these guys, we're going to reduce the lines down so we get enough supply. It's about here. Make sure we're building at least 3 motorized a day, which we are. Good. Switch this production to Arcas. Should we hard research the second cache? Should we? Nah. Instead, we'll keep going down this route. Actually, this route instead. So split this up. Put a load of troop on this border. Assign a commander. Split this up. Assign them on there. Assign a commander. And then chill. So third 5-year plan's done. Next on the agenda. Shift to armaments production.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов.
Good. All things working out as they should. Logistics company is good. Next logistics company. assign this to a logistics company. Good, that's our army. That's our infantry. Make sure this is motorized. And now we wait. Good. We're good. That's all it is. Now we just got to wait. As we continue to mass produce our garbage. And I mean mass produce it. So, really you need at least 300 divisions on the Stalin line, otherwise you aren't going to win. So bear that in mind. There we are. And then finally, this fellow. So, next, planes out. Fast support. Fighters over here. Fighter support. Planes, ships out. There we are. And then declare war. And let the AI do its thing.
Готов.
Which you would do rather well at. Oh yeah, don't forget to go to liberated workers. And more mills. More mills for the mills gods. There we are. Okay. That means, of course, more mills in the high infrastructure areas first. Any high infrastructure areas over here? Nope, of course not. That'd be too easy. And then resume. Not resume, resume. Next target. How have I not get air superiority over here? That's embarrassing. Sort that out. There we are. There we are. Okay, that is done. This area is done. Don't worry about this side of the focus tree anymore. Move on. So where are we moving on to? We want to be researching down here now, so we can get this ready for Road of Life. Which we need to do. I think we need to do this. Yeah, we need to do this. How have I got no manpower? Although amusing, it's a bit irksome. So let's take all states here. End your turn. Bring these guys around for the next part. Don't worry about losing copious manpower or anything like that. It's part and parcel of the Soviet Union is to grind up XP.
Внимание! До приказа.
Oh yeah, let's bring these guys around.
Так точно. Готов выдвигаться.
Fine, fine. We'll keep you there and not touch you for a while as we build up our command and control. Oh yeah, France is gone. United States, we're going to be friends. Let's go up to limited conscription. There we are. That should sort out the manpower issues. Why have you got no supply? Let me take a look. What's making you upset? Because you've got no supply hub. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. It's because that port there, but this will go in time once we take this anyway, so it's not the end of the world.
Я готов.
And I'm not building it up, I don't care about it that much. I don't think so, old boy. Nice try. It was a worthy attempt, but one that was not going to survive. Why are you still pissed off at me? You know what? I know why you're pissed off at me. There you are. There you are. That's your job now. So we're still painfully low on guns, so guess what that means?
Слушаю.
More military factories in guns. Why haven't you died yet? Why can't I justify you yet? Why are you guaranteed? I swear to God, if these guys join the war on Lithuania, I'll be very upset.
Готов выдвигаться. Смирно.
Oh, I know why you're not doing anything. You haven't got a plan. There you are. Now do stuff.
Готов выдвигаться.
Also, we need more Cass.
Держать дистанцию.
I don't really want to do this either, so... Hello, Gustav.
Внимание.
There we are, next on the agenda. So we need to go down here, so that's why we're researching this.
Готов.
Wow, you suddenly have logistics back. That's interesting. Oh, because of the winter, that's why. It's still going to be a nightmare to push because it just is. It's got ports and no supply. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. And now we'll be fine because we've got that port. Make sure we're never repairing stuff. That's a very important point. Make sure you're never repairing stuff in this game. As the Soviets. It will automatically repair. In the meantime, we will accomplish a high yield. And relax. We got all the time in the world, there's no need to rush this. And it allows me to grind more XP, so in a perfect world it's actually working in my favour. So next. And there we are. Declare war. If the Allies join, I'll be very upset.
Слушай.
Oh my god. Okay, let's reload. So normally they don't guarantee Lithuania. So we're going to have to do a bit of meme magic here. So we need to go to England. Who's now going to revoke that guarantee. And then we're going to go and tag France. Who's now going to revoke that guarantee. And I'm going to tag the Soviets and go back to pretending the AI is not a potato. That's now you tag Soviets. Now that should mean these guys are no longer tagged. I can now declare war. And these guys can now do their thing.
Брось.
Or they won't, for some strange reason.
Смирно.
Oh, I know why. You haven't got an order. Okay, there you are. And then these guys can start attacking. This whole line will collapse and I can go back to chilling. I've got to also find out where relocate industry to the Urals is, because that's an important one. So where is that? Yeah, this one. So I need to go down here and here, but that should be pretty easy to get to. So from there, you just chill, relax, enjoy. Enjoy, let the AI do its thing. Take a look at our resources. We're still massively low on guns and support equipment and anti-air. So that's where we're going to be doing everything into next. Well, where we're going to be putting everything into next. Language. English. Means to wage war. So this area is done now. We no longer need to be over there. I mean, we can pick this up later, but we've got to do the strengthen the mobilization plan next. Take all states. End turn. So we ground up a healthy amount of XP. Take all states. End turn. And now we're going to send some troops, but not all of them, over to this sector for a bit of a YOLO into this part of the war. These guys can now just chill out on the Stalin line. And we are done. These guys will continue to be a massive pain in the ass, but don't worry about it. Dump the next batch of troops. I'm not going to bother building up my armies yet because I'm just lazy. We'll do that when it gets closer to the war. So where's all our planes? Over here. Again, I'm not going to put my production anywhere else until I get those 300 divisions. Once I have those 300 divisions, I know I'm safe. We'll put our production into other things. Machine tools. More into machine tools, get that production up nice and high. I have justified on you when I'm going to go to war. 19th of November 1940, so we got some time in the bank. These guys always have a bad supply. I'm not going to bother investing in the north. It's a bit of a wasted venture. Let's go with that. And then we just save up our PP for other things. Okay, because this is actually throttling my supply, we will start building up our defensive lines. So, first thing first, build ourselves a field marshal. Next, half it, put it down there. Half it again. Half it again. Give these guys commanders.
Я готов. Слушаю.
This becomes our first offensive line. Then these 100 divisions get a new army. Half it again, and half it again. And then the odd ones out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to be my garrisons.
Готов.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Готов.
1, 2, 3, 4.
До приказа.
1, 2, 3, 4.
До
And then we're going
приказа.
to give 1, 2 back to these guys.
Смирно.
One guy back over here. And one guy back over here.
Брось.
And make another field marshal.
Слушаю. Смирно. Внимание.
New generals. Just you can be lazy with the generals in single player. It doesn't matter too much.
Слушаю.
Okay. Those guys are ready. These guys will be garrisons. To garrison the ports. There we are. And move industry to Urals, so we've got that in the bank ready to go for when Barb starts. I wish I had more PP, but hey ho, it is what it is. I think I'm actually going to do... Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm such a potato. So this is what you're supposed to do. Oh well, so that means I'm not going to be optimum. So this is where this is what Gospodarchy can give you as well to reduce those consumer goods. Not the end of the world, but hey ho, is what it is. Could be worse. So we've got 244 factories currently, and we have got another 100 divisions ready to go. So if we count our count now, we have got 85,
Готов выдвигаться.
100, 200. So this will be our 300 division. Oh wait, almost our 300 division. Almost. Not quite, but we're getting there.
Смирно.
This will be our 300 divisions, and then we can start investing. Indeed, Soviet manpower does not end.
Готов
Glorious
выдвигаться.
Soviet manpower. Unfortunately, I missed that Gospodarchy. I did realise it was there somewhere, but I forgot you had to click it again, because that gives you even less consumer goods, and even less consumer goods mean, of course, more civs. More civs means more mills in the long term.
Готов.
So what are we low on? We're low on infantry equipment. and anti-air and support equipment. So what we need to do is, we've got already a load of factories on this, but how long is this going to take us to get rid of? 233 days, so I want to put another 10 factories on that. I want to put another 15 factories on that, or 10 factories on that. I'm going to put 30 factories on support equipment, and then I'm going to invest the rest in building a lot of air, a lot of CAS, and then the rest are going to go into our motorized or mechanized part. So save that PP, we're going to need it for later. So all that PP is going to get saved. I'm going to go down to Leningrad Polytechnic Institute next, because that will give us another research slot, and another research slot is always nice to have. I'm actually going to start going down excavation so I can get more resources, which is a little bit bruh, but hey ho.
Приказа.
What do you mean you haven't got enough equipment? Oh, I know why. I know what you mean when you don't mean you have enough equipment.
Внимание!
So we're already on 251 mils. Hopefully by war start we will be on a silky smooth 300. I'm going to start relocating our factories now. Rather than later. And now we're going to declare war on this objective. Da 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 da. Before we continue on, make sure these guys are set to ready. Make sure these guys are set to ready. And then make sure our air is up and also ready to go. Make sure we've also got some CAS. So fortunately the Finnish AI is potato and won't actually garrison its entire line, allowing me to just run on through. There we are.
Выходим!
And that ends the Winter War.
Выходим! Выходим! Выходим!
Rather spectacularly. So, because we're LARPing, Finland gets to survive another day. Make sure our garrisons are garrisoning this port. And then send the rest away.
Так точно!
You know what, I'm going to give some of these troops, one, two, just to our garrisons, just in case we do get memed. Yep, garrisons go.
Мирно!
So, next 39, over here. Who are you guys? Join that.
Готов
And that
выдвигаться!
gives us almost our next final 100 divisions. So, once again, get myself a field marshal. You look like you should be promoted. And then we'll half that down. Half it down again.
Мирно!
And half it down again. Once again, get any commanders. 1 commander, 2 commander, and 3 commander.
Так точно!
And put them in front of the Stalin line. Why are you putting them in the front of the Stalin line? Just to act as a sort of pseudo buffer. because Kiev's a bit of a pain to take. So as long as I put them on front of the Stalin line, that should be rather painful for the Germans to try and take. Okay, if I've got to PP, go down to limited exports now. Actually, how many things am I getting from trade? 19. So how much am I trading out? I'm trading out 13. Yeah, it's time for limited exports, boys. Limited exports. There we are. And then I can no longer trade with these guys. Good. This will be our final batch. We are pretty good in terms of everything I need for the war. So now I can start mass investing in other areas. So actually, because I actually need excavation, we're going to do this. We have now finished researching move industry to Urals, and we're going to start doing rehabilitated military. Yeah, I could do a Romania game. I could do that tomorrow if you want, to show you how to do Romania. But Romania is a painful nation, especially if you're doing it historical. However, there's two ways to do Romania. It's either the multiplayer way, which is painfully unfun, or it's the single player way. Now, the multiplayer way is where you just become the fuel bitch, basically, and you just land lease fuel to everyone, and your main research priorities are researching fuel production and synthetic refineries, and you don't have any fun whatsoever. Or you can do it the single player way, which is more casual, but we'll do it the multiplayer way just to show you guys how to be a useful Romania. But I assure you, it will not be a fun experience. That's why no one plays Romania. So next step in our master plan, we may as well... I almost forgot. Static warfare for that entrenchment speed and max entrenchment. And we may as well do bayonet strength because we're doing infantry. So how many days until this is out of the way? 130 days. So we need to wait on this. How many days until this is gone? 532 days. So we need to mass invest in our support equipment. Support equipment is the next big thing to get pushed out. Done. Okay, next. It is... what was I going to do? I actually forgot. Oh, it's anti-air. Upgrade of anti-air now. I suspect this is because of the 100 divisions or so left in the bank, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Rehabilitated military is the next on the agenda. So you got to remember, you will have to have some units on here in a multiplayer game if there's a multiplayer Finland. Probably set up along this line because they will push. That's probably so. This is where you'd probably be sending a large chunk of these guys. So we have a defensive combat bonus of 32, which is great. Oh yeah, gotta make sure I keep on relocating industry, otherwise that can go very badly wrong for everyone involved. Also, we have far too much anti-air, so that's got to go. Too much anti-air. We'll have peace for now. Engineering company done. Let's do some basic artillery advances. And in 50 days our equipment deficit will be fixed, so immediately bump that down by 1. Rubber, my arch nemesis, strikes again. Air. Air. Let's do some air. I've got to be careful I get these factories out, otherwise I'm going to be very very upset because I wasn't paying much attention there. Rehabilitated military. Military organization. We need to do this before Barb, if possible. So this should disappear once all my factories are gone from this sector. If it hasn't disappeared, then feels bad, man. There we are. That's gone. So that means this whole sector is now industry free. Oh yeah, time to start doing army regrouping and stuff like that. So we got to 291 mils. I could have got a lot higher if I had invested more into, if I hadn't forgot about Gospodarski, but alas I did. So hey ho, not much that can be done about that now. Let's close down the stuff we don't need. And the war's about to start. So, next on the agenda, upgrade this. Make sure we've got our fighters in preparation, spread out across the line. So let's make sure we've got all our fighters together first. Is everyone trained? Let's start training everyone up. And our supply, we'll dump all of these. We're not fully supplied yet, but it's not the end of the world. And we've gone to 500 or 400 divisions, which is a bit too much. But well, it's not. You can never have too many divisions in Soviet Russia, if you know what I mean.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться. Так точно. Брось.
Never too many divisions in Soviet Russia.
Готов. Внимание.
There we are. Train these guys up as well, because I'm going to forget otherwise. War's going to start soon, I believe. So I may not be able to get these fully trained, but I'll get them trained enough. Oh yeah, and sort out the planes as well. So planes, merge them all together. Now for planes, you should have 100 to maximize, but no one's got time for that, so we're not going to bother. Not the best number of planes, but hey ho, it's going to do its job in the short term anyway. It may have to put the air down if it gets too bad, but hey ho. Next on the agenda, we're not going to pull our CAS out yet because that'd be a waste. $1,000 there, and 1,600 there. We're going to hemorrhage planes at the start of the war, but don't panic, it's fine. So everyone stop training, get your digging penalties or digging bonuses. A little bit off tempo here, I should have been training them up a little bit earlier, but I don't think I'm going to be crying too much about it against the AI. Military organisation's done, just in time for Barb, which means I no longer have to worry about getting absolutely crushed. Next on the agenda, make sure we delete all of these so I can micromanage them. And there we have it, a beautiful multicoloured rainbow of cannon fodder. With not a single supply requirement, because that's just the Soviet Union for you. So once we've got our planes up, the next part of the plan will be to... Let's see if we got any defensive bonuses. No, that's a shame. There we are, elastic defense, that'll work. There we are, 5-year plan disrupted. What a shame, the war started. So first step, destroy everything. Where's the bombs? Good. Next step. For the motherland, no, we don't need that because that's an offensive one. High yield is too expensive, blah, blah, blah. Factory output's always nice. We take this one. And we'll get rid of that. And then we'll always have in reserve being produced another 30 divisions, just in case things get too hairy. Actually, we won't because we ran out of manpower as the Soviet Union. So, good news. Okay, let's see how this works out. It should work out fine. I've done this before, so. Yay, you're attacking. Just chill here. Let's not pause micro too much. It's a bit cursed. I'll go to 4 speed. Pause micro is a bit cursed against, against AI.
Внимание! Готов выдвигаться. Брось! Мы под огнем!
Oh, that's a mistake. Ugh. Oh well. That's a silly mistake on my part. Yeah, give me support equipment. I don't know what that does. Hopefully nothing good. Yeah, we can chill here. The planes will lose, but they'll do their job at wearing down the Germans. Oh, I'm going 5 speed, so I will pause here at 5 speed because I want to make sure I know what I'm doing. Keep the air up. Just keep the air up, why not? Desperate measures are done. We can do adaptable army. Yeah, let's do adaptable army. And I believe that's good. And that holds the Stalin line. Oh, unless you get pushed back here. Did I get pushed back here? No. They're not even attacking. Oh, here we go. That's impressive. Okay. That's as I said that. Oh, they're only attacking the front. Don't be silly. I thought that was the Stalin line for a second. It's only the front of the Stalin line. And even then, that's not doing a very good job. Oh no. So I'm going to wait until 1942. If they haven't broken or haven't collapsed, I don't think I'm going to win. We'll keep going. But if they don't break through the Stalin line, I'm going to call it a win here because I'm not going to do the whole war afterwards after this because it would just be soul destroying doing the whole war after this. Because you've got to start building up your air and building up your mechanized. But this is generally how to win as the Soviets in single player and to a lesser extent multiplayer. But with a completely different build priority, probably putting more into air and things like that. So don't do this in multiplayer. Or if you are going to do this, double down. This is not for multiplayer. If anyone brings this to multiplayer, you're going to get a telling off. And of course, we have got max production, so we can just keep on throwing more boys out if we need to. So we are beginning to lose air superiority, that's fine, because we can just keep on going up. There we are, there we are. Because we'll just be mass producing air now. We've mass produced infantry equipment, we've got our 400 divisions, we can start shifting our production to other more important things. Okay, here we are. This is the actual attack. Okay, so that's on the front, that's on the front, that's on the front, that's all on the front. Anyone on the stand line? Not really, no. That Blarmy, can we do fight to last drop of blood? So as soon as you get to that sort of level, pop this for the extra supply, any extra org. There you go, that's done. Next, come back over here and go for Road of Life, because this will mean you will be in full supply for pretty much the rest of the game. So if we go back down to free speed, start seeing they're attacking across the rivers, don't worry about it, just start reinforcing with your infantry. They may break across here, but I'm not going to cry too much because I've got a horde of infantry right behind it. Put some more air up over in that sector. Half the air down, put some more air over in this sector. Press this button. And just keep rotating the troops until the snow comes, and then you're just good. Anyone got really bad supply issues going on? Yeah, let's upgrade that. Upgrade that. Upgrade this. Upgrade up north. And that should be good, it says. There we are. So in terms of losses, I've lost 161k, they've lost 1.7 million, which is a good indicator of how this goes. I've got supply equipment out the arse now, I've got infantry equipment out the arse, so now I can start switching production to the rest of my other stuff. So if we want to look at Germany, see how many factories he has on air, he's got between 26 and 43 as opposed to my 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 or so divisions were. Okay, this isn't bad, this ain't bad, it's pretty workable. There's only one place where they're actually breaking through on, and that is the south. And it's going so slowly that I may as well not pay much attention. But once I do lose the river, it's just being a nightmare, and it's going to spend I'm going to spend hours just trying to at least look like I'm winning. Which of course I will be, but I've got to like spend 3 hours to prove it, which I just don't want to do. I'd rather just like hold till 42 and then once the table's turned, like, ah, yep, that's me done. Be on the safe side, let's relocate our industry. And carry on. There we are, Road of Life. That should fix my supply issues and that should make life a lot easier for me. Next, I suppose I could do this for the extra defense and breakthrough, and then I'll focus on the air stuff to get my air up. We're pretty much losing the air war, but hey ho. There we are, yellow air, that's what we needed. That sweet, sweet yellow air. So if we take a look at casualties now, they have lost a whopping 1.3 million, I've lost 200,000 men. May as well switch to the PPSH and get that bad boy out. Ah, they're starting to break through. This is impressive. Okay, maybe not. Are we winning the air war? It's sort of yellow air. We're not really winning it either. But remember, it's the Americans who are also doing an air war over here, and so it's not the end of the world. And that's a lot of a lot of cats I'm shooting down as well. A lot of cats they cannot replace.
Я готов. Мирно. Так точно. Выходим.
Easy. Easy stuff.
Я готов.
Okay, they're almost breaking across. Let's move all the boys back over here to fill that line up.
Мирно. Мирно. Вперед!
Oh, cool, they broke through here.
Я готов. Так точно. Готов выдвигаться.
And they finally broke through here as well. That's impressive.
Мирно. Готов выдвигаться. Мирно.
What a shame.
Мы под огнем. Мирно.
What a shame.
Слушаю. Внимание.
Oh, because I'm running out of manpower, that's why. Let's go with the Motherland Coals. No, that's bad. Where's my manpower? It's not here. My Kingdom for some manpower.
Целюсь. Я готов. Готов выдвигаться. Брось.
Why am I not getting any PP? I am getting lots of PP. I'm just not investing it cleverly.
Слушаю.
Oh god. Oh god, no. Go over here. Reassign.
Слушаю.
Not the south. Whatever will I do? Okay, this is where we do this, because we can't be bored to micro anymore.
Вытесним их! Вытесним их! Продолжаем атаку!
There we are. So it will break through eventually, but it doesn't matter, because the damage has already been done. So as soon as we get lessons of war, unless I feel like I'm going to lose, we will we will end it here and just show you, just demonstrate how successful this can be, and just generally what you should do next. I'll tell you what to do next, but I don't want to be on this all day.
Я готов. Так точно.
So they'll keep attacking away. This will keep going on indefinitely. I'm running out of build slots for my mills. Let's build them anywhere now. Make sure we relocate the industry. And when can I do my lessons of war focus? I can do it. Does not have desperate defense. Okay, that doesn't really help, but I will bear that in mind. Next, patriarchal Russia. Mm. 28th of August. So 28th of August, if they haven't made any significant gains, we will call it here.
Так точно.
Goodbye, and then next. Okay, so it is now May. They've made some mild progress across the river, but it has achieved nothing. And the German war machine is over. I'm going to survive until August, I reckon, but we'll just play it through to August to make sure we are going to survive that till that time. But air's starting to max up, so we're getting. They've still got air superiority, mind you, quite a lot, so I'm going to put my air down. And now we're going to wait, and wait, and wait. I don't need to keep investing in this. This is pointless. So we're getting to the timer soon. If we take a look at our casualties, 435k to the 2 million of the Soviets. So it's pretty clear that equipment-wise, if we take a look, the supply is not bad, but their auger is awful, so that should be easy to counterattack. Should I actually bother counterattacking it? Just to demonstrate it?
Так точно.
Why not? Okay, maybe it's not that easy.
Слушаю. Так точно. Выходим. Жду приказа. Выходим.
Maybe this will take some more time to dislodge. Switch production to upgraded infantry equipment, why not? War economy, and finally we'll start investing in our air so we can fix our air penalties. You've run out of rubber, that's interesting. British Malaya, how about you? Thank you.
Внимание. Внимание. Жду приказа. Я готов.
Okay, start making battle lines. Chill out, chill, relax, have a good time. Interesting. No, Spain's getting smacked. Interesting. Did you join the Allies in the end, Spain? Yes, you did. I wonder if the Allies will get to you in time. Probably not Spain, but hey ho. How did you even get that civil war? But I don't want to know. At this stage, we're sort of reaching critical mass with our industry now. We've survived the hard part. We've got plenty of support equipment. We've got far too much support equipment. We've got far too much infantry equipment now. And now we can slowly start changing our production priorities to mechanized and air. And we've finally reached our 300 soft cap limit. Really, I should have got there a lot sooner, but I potatoed out and didn't get Gosparovsky, so hey ho. And it's August time. Yay! So as soon as I get what do you call it? As soon as I get Lessons of War, we will call it here because I'm pretty sure it's an easy win now. There's no need to march. Let's spend the next 5 hours marching to Moscow. Not marching to Moscow, marching to Berlin. Now look, D-Day. There you are. Flying Club should improve my air a little bit as well. How's my air doing now? I am back to 291 positive, so let's crack these bad boys back out. And let's crack out some CAS as well. I got a lot of CAS. Like an awful lot of CAS. Okay, maybe I need to upgrade my fighters a little bit more. That's probably something I should be doing. You missed the wall of meat, basically. Okay, so here you go. Here's a little thing for you. So there's two veins for Mass Assault and Grand Battle Plan. So let me just walk you through Mass Assault. So Mass Assault has two arms. One is for infantry or wall spam. That's more for China, or if you want to troll the Soviet Union. Because at the end you get guerrilla tactics and you get also not bonsai charges. What's it called? Mass Assault. This is more of a meme. I wouldn't recommend doing this in any sort of multiplayer game. And on the left, this ends up going towards buffs to tanks. So generally, this is pretty good if you want to start buffing your way up to tanks and start moving to a tank army on the left-hand side. So infantry spam, tank army. However, what differs from this and Grand Battle Plan is that Mass Assault has supply buffs. So you've got a supply buff over here. So non-combat out of supply penalties minus 10%, supply grace plus 48 hours. Max entrenchment is also there. Supply consumption minus 10%, and so on and so forth. So this is where you get sort of more bonuses to your supply, which is good for the Soviet Union and the walls of cannon fodder which you'll be throwing out. On the right-hand side, you also get damages to enemy garrisons, and you get more and more infantry recovery rate, meaning you can keep on throwing your troops in over and over and over again, like a big disgusting blob. So generally this is more supply focused, and then moving on to armor. Grand Battle Plan is more about stagnant lines followed by infantry assaults, and it's more about all planned frontal mass assaults. So here you get max entrenchment and entrenchment speed, basically making you a big defensive line. Very good if you're going to do a Stalin line, if I'm honest. Quite a good tactic. A lot of people do go Grand Battle Plan. Actually, I probably would recommend it with the current DLC. Unless, yeah, I actually recommend it because by the time you get tanks, the game's already over. And then, of course, you get bonuses to max planning, which are useless. And then eventually you go down on the left-hand side, which is armor focused, but has things like overwhelming firepower and doesn't really have the bonuses to supply. You see, there's no real supply buffs on this side. And on the right, you get bonuses to infantry again, meaning you can do infantry assaults, and infantry starts getting breakthrough. So there's a bit of a few subtle differences. This is more about reinforce rate, constantly feeding more troops in and having higher supply. This is more about stagnant defensive lines, eventually using mass infantry or mass armor to do large-scale, gradual attritional warfare to break through. So supplies, stagnant line, gradual breakthrough. Supplies, tanks, supplies, cannon fodder. Whereas this is more defensive. I actually prefer Grand Battle Plan, but I just go through here from force of habit. Because eventually you get down here and you get massive buffs to your armor. You don't really get the same buffs over here for your armor as opposed to on this part. So this won't give you the same amount of armor bonuses, but it's still nice to have. Whereas eventually when you get down to the lower levels of mass assault, you do get some really nice mechanized bonuses to your attack and that. And so this isn't really good for switching to an armor focus afterwards. This is more defensive line and then switching to an armor focus. Whereas over here, it goes from defensive line and then sort of all round, or defensive line and then infantry attrition. Whereas this goes supply, tanks, supply, cannon fodder. Okay, it's October time. Focus has ended. We're going to do Lessons of War, and then once we get to the end of Lessons of War, we'll call it a day. And I'll just tell you what would I do. What would I do after this? Because the Americans have D-Day'd. I've held. There's no need for me to continue playing this now. I've just demonstrated how to win in a single-player game. And if you want to do a roach build and multiplayer, it's effectively this without infantry, without tanks, without mechanized. Just constantly feed through more and more and more plebs over and over and over again. But once this is done, and I'm happy with it, because normally if they'd broken through, I'd have been tempted to keep on playing just to demonstrate that you could still win even if they'd broken through. But it would have just spent hours and hours and hours and been mind-numbingly tedious. And we'd be here till 1944. However, because it's patently obvious that the Germans are no longer going to push, they haven't really pushed that much, and in terms of casualties, it's completely not in their favour. There's no real reason to do so. France is also good for Grand Battle Plan. Actually, with the new DLC, you can do a disgusting French build where if you have enough air support from the Allies, you can do anti-tank infantry spam. So get a few anti-tank infantry, get a few basic infantry, stack entrenchment, and because the piercings change, you pierce everything and basically break the German breakthrough, because the Germans won't be able to get their tanks with a high enough armor. It's disgusting. But I can't really demonstrate that in single player because I'll normally lose as France because the UK won't give me enough air. So we've done Desperate Lessons of War. Lessons of War effectively means that the tide now turns. The Soviets start getting bonuses to their partisans, their bonuses to infantry, and then they start getting bigger and better operations to do large-scale offensives. From here, what you saw me doing, what I was doing, is I would switch my production to air and mechanized, and by say the end of 1942, 1943, I'd be cracking out 30 whips of these mechanized divisions and these mechanized rocket artillery divisions. From there, I'd eventually win the air war doing the focuses, and that's because Germany would lose the air war in the west, and then I'd have superior air, I'd have the mechanized, I'd have the bonuses from the focuses and the decisions, and I'd just eventually grind the Germans back, and that would be the end of the game. So that is fundamentally how you do a Soviet single player build. Multiplayer is a bit more streamlined. You probably have to take greater risks and have less infantry, maybe 100 less infantry divisions, so you can focus more on tank production or air production or whatever you're going to do. But it's pretty simple single player. It's not difficult. It's just optimizing your construction, your priorities, and spamming infantry as the Soviet Union, and then you win. Final demonstration. Let's just meme it. Let's do a mass assault. Don't do this, but we're going to do it anyway, and see where we get until we run out of ammunition. Most of these troops, I reckon, are to the west, trying to contain the Americans, but you can't contain them. You can see the AI's done a D-Day there, which is quite intelligent. This is without full focuses or full air superiority yet, so bear in mind this would be much more effective in the long term. So I really wouldn't be doing this till 1943. And this is without my mechanized yet, so... God damn, these pop-ups are killing me. There we are. My air's too busy being up, that's the thing. Let's get the air up. Let's get the CAS up, actually. You can go wherever you please. Just do what you like. Ace pilot promoted. Ace pilot promoted. Ace pilot promoted. Hey guys. Guys. Ace pilot promoted. Have we reached our deficit yet? No. This is going to go on for a while until we reach our deficit of equipment. First encirclement, 15 divisions. Just throwing troops at them. Also, don't do this in multiplayer. Don't macro in multiplayer. Don't do that. It's not going to work. You're going to get encircled. It's bad. It's very, very bad. And next time we'll do a Romania build. Why not? We'll do a Romania build to just demonstrate it. So, just letting the AI do its thing, got an encirclement. Am I going to run out of equipment before I get to Berlin? Probably not. Spain's still alive. That's rather amusing. And this is without upgrading any of my generals. So I could be upgrading them right now, making them better. But that's too many clicks, you know? It's just like, how many clicks is that per general? 1 general, 2, 3, 4. 4 clicks. So 4, 8, 12. Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Just let the Germans run out of bullets. Stop with your aces, I've had enough. Lol, already at Warsaw. I still haven't run out of equipment yet. I mean, planes, yeah, but, you know, it's planes. Oh yeah, let's change this to relentless assault. That sounds about right. That sounds like a LARPer. So this is even without my mechanized, it's just using air. It's using CAS, and I'm already near Berlin. That's so fucking stupid. Rush for Berlin? No, what a shame. Now this is where I get some silly casualties, so I've got like 2.75 million, but hey ho. Smash! Barrier troops, yeah, let's do the org regain. And Berlin. On its way. This is without me actually. I could have just not clicked anything after I put in a cast down, and and this game would be won. I could just let the AI do all of this. I mean, don't get me wrong, the South's pretty dire, but and that's the fall of Berlin. That's a bit useless to me, isn't it? Let's go over here. And let's keep going down intensified pilot programs. Appear to be running out of CAS. So this would take a lot longer with a lot more casualties without air superiority. But generally, all you gotta do is survive until 42, and then as soon as you finish Desperate Defense, you've pretty much won, because your industry is now able to build up much more effectively. There we are, finally. Finally. Okay, so by the time we eventually ran out of infantry equipment, we'd already taken Berlin. So let's bear that in mind when you're doing single player games. Once you reach to a point, it's pretty much over. It's pretty much over. But that's it, boys. Tomorrow will probably be Grand Tactician later on in the day, and then after Grand Tac, I think I will maybe do Romania, because someone requested Romania, so I showed them a bit of a Romania build. But Romania is a bit of a pain in the ass for multiplayer because it's tedious. It's not very fun. Anyway, that's me done. So what I'll do now is I'll save this as a stream, and then I will make the Bulgaria video its own separate video, so you guys can know where to go for the Bulgaria build. That Bulgaria build will work in multiplayer games. You just don't have to tag switch to join the Axis. And it will be painfully effective, and people will laugh, and it will be funny. Anyway, good day. Have a good one, boys. And adieu.